Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing tales about Halloween to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the spice markets of Marrakesh, a lighthouse on the Maine coast, the rice terraces of Bali, or a cozy bookshop in Edinburgh. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, exhale slowly and imagine yourself unspooling any worries or thoughts. Like threads of a tangled knot, you are in the silken archives, a silent, smooth-walled room of the Timeless Tales Library. Here the books are not bound in leather or cloth, but in fine, soft silk. Each page is a weightless layer, and the stories within are as light as a whisper. Feel the cool, smooth touch of silk against your skin as you settle into your bed, your own private cocoon in these archives. Relax your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and let your hands rest gently by your side. Let your mind unspool and untangle, becoming as smooth and calm as the pages of a silken book. The stories of the archives are like a comforting blanket. Let them wrap around you, soft and weightless. Alice in Wonderland, a Halloween sleep story. The Autumn Moon Garden. The afternoon light filtered through the gauzy, cream-colored curtains of Alice's bedroom, casting long, golden streams that painted the walls with a warm, amber glow. The crisp scent of October air seeped through the slightly open window, carrying hints of fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of ripe apples from the orchard nearby. Alice had been curled up in her favorite reading nook, a plush armchair upholstered in soft sage green, with a worn collection of autumn poetry resting in her lap. Her eyes traced the delicate words on the page, each verse evoking the rustle of leaves and the quiet melancholy of the season. Outside, amber and crimson leaves performed a slow, graceful ballet, twirling and drifting to the ground below in a mesmerizing dance orchestrated by the autumn breeze. As the warmth of the afternoon sun caressed her face, drowsiness began to tug at her eyelids, gentle as a mother's touch, coaxing her toward sleep. The book slipped from her fingers, its pages whispering as it settled against the armrest, and Alice sank deeper into the cushions, her breathing slowing to a soft, steady rhythm. In that liminal space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality blur and the impossible feels within reach, Alice felt herself gently pulled into a familiar yet exhilarating sensation. It was as if she were adrift on a tranquil river, the current carrying her effortlessly downstream toward a destination that shimmered with promise and mystery. The golden light in her room seemed to pulse and ripple, like sunlight reflecting off water, and the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy that tingled against her skin. Before she could fully register the strangeness of it all, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a place that was both utterly foreign and deeply familiar, as if her heart had always known it existed. The transition was seamless, like stepping through a doorway she hadn't noticed was there, and she stood, wide-eyed, at the edge of a scene so breathtaking it seemed to belong to a dream crafted just for her. The place before her could only be described as an autumn moon garden, though the term felt inadequate to capture the enchantment that unfolded in every direction. Above the sky was a deep, velvety twilight purple, a canvas of rich indigo that seemed to hum with quiet magic. Stars dotted the heavens, each one larger and more luminous than any Alice had ever seen, their silver light casting a soft, ethereal glow over the landscape below. A full harvest moon hung low on the horizon, its golden surface so close and vivid that Alice felt she could climb the gentle hill before her, stretch out her hand, and brush her fingers against its radiant, pock-marked face. The moonlight bathed the garden in a warm, amber hue, blending with the starlight to create a scene that felt both timeless and alive, as if the very air were infused with the essence of autumn itself. The garden was unlike anything Alice had encountered, even in her previous adventures through the whimsical chaos of Wonderland. Where she might have expected to find beds of roses or tulips, there were instead rows upon rows of jack-o'-lanterns, growing as naturally as any flower. These were no ordinary pumpkins. They were alive with a gentle inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The smallest were no larger than her thumb, glowing with a faint, firefly-like warmth that flickered delicately in the twilight. Their tiny, carved faces bore expressions of quiet curiosity, as if they were just beginning to understand the world around them. Medium-sized jack-o'-lanterns dotted the rows, their carved features more defined, kindly eyes that seemed to follow her movements, soft smiles that radiated warmth, and cheerful grins that nodded in silent greeting. Each one seemed to possess a personality, a spark of life that made the garden feel like a gathering of old friends rather than a mere collection of plants. The largest jack-o'-lanterns were truly magnificent, towering nearly as tall as Alice herself, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that rivaled the finest portraits. Their carved faces were not menacing but serene, wise, or gently amused, as if they held the secrets of countless autumns within their glowing cores. Some bore expressions of quiet contemplation, their eyes seeming to gaze into the distance with a knowing calm. Others appeared to share private jokes, their lips curved in subtle, mischievous smiles that invited Alice to join in their silent mirth. The warm amber light they emitted pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, reminiscent of a contented sigh or the steady beat of a heart at rest, filling the garden with a sense of peace that wrapped around Alice like a soft blanket. Winding between the rows of glowing pumpkins were pathways of silvery sand, their surfaces shimmering with an inner light that made them easy to navigate even in the dim twilight. The sand was soft underfoot, cool yet comforting, and seemed to sparkle with flecks of starlight embedded within it. Along the edges of the paths, tall ornamental grasses swayed in a breeze so gentle it was barely perceptible, their feathery plumes catching the moonlight and casting intricate patterns of shadow and silver. The grasses moved in a slow, hypnotic dance, their tips brushing against one another in a whisper of sound that added to the garden's serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a single plume would detach and drift upward, catching the light in a fleeting moment of brilliance before settling back among its kin as if reluctant to leave the garden's embrace. As Alice stepped onto one of the shimmering paths, she felt the air itself come alive with a subtle, enchanting magic. Tiny sparks of light floated lazily through the atmosphere like fireflies on a summer evening, but as they drew closer, she saw they were not insects but translucent leaves, each glowing with a soft, golden radiance from within. These leaves defied gravity, falling upward as often as down, tracing gentle spirals and loops in the air before settling wherever they pleased. Some landed on the sandy paths, where they glimmered like scattered jewels. Others nestled among the jack-o'-lantern vines, adding to their glow, and a few brushed against Alice's hair, their touch light and fleeting, before continuing their unhurried dance. The sight was so mesmerizing that Alice paused to watch, her breath catching at the beauty of it all, feeling as though she had stumbled into a world where every detail was crafted to inspire wonder. The silence of the garden was profound, yet it was not a hollow absence of sound, but a rich tapestry woven from the subtlest noises. The distant whisper of wind rustling through autumn trees carried a melody that seemed to speak of ancient forests and forgotten harvest festivals. The soft rustle of leaves, both those falling to the ground and those rising into the air, created a gentle counterpoint, like the breath of the garden itself. The jack-o'-lanterns emitted a faint hum, a sound so low and soothing it was felt more than heard, resonating with a warmth that seemed to say all was well in this magical place. Occasionally, Alice caught the faintest echo of laughter, soft, distant, and filled with joy rather than mockery. It was the kind of laughter that invited her to share in its warmth, to feel included in the quiet celebration of this enchanted autumn night. As Alice followed the winding path, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand, she came upon a small clearing where the jack-o'-lanterns grew in a perfect circle around a shallow crystalline pool. The water was so still and clear it seemed as though a piece of the night sky had been carefully excised and laid into the earth. Stars reflected in its surface, but they moved independently of the stars above, tracing their own languid patterns in a slow, mesmerizing dance. The effect was hypnotic, and Alice found herself staring into the pool, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow, as if the water held secrets it was not yet ready to share. The surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast their warm glow across the pool, their light mingling with the starlight to create a scene of otherworldly beauty. Seated beside the pool on a cushion of velvety moss was a figure Alice recognized instantly, though he was transformed by the serenity of this place. It was the Mad Hatter, but his usual frenetic energy had been replaced by a calm, almost regal stillness that seemed perfectly suited to the garden's tranquil atmosphere. His iconic hat, once tall and tattered, was now a deep midnight blue, adorned with tiny silver stars that twinkled in harmony with the sky above. His coat, too, had undergone a transformation, its patchwork fabric replaced by soft velvet in a rich forest green, with polished brass buttons that caught the light from the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns and reflected it in warm golden glints. His eyes, usually wide with manic glee, now held a gentle warmth, and his smile was one of quiet contentment. "Alice," he said, his voice soft and measured, a stark contrast to his usual rapid-fire chatter. "How delightful that you've found your way to the autumn moon garden. I was just sharing tea with the October spirits, and they've expressed a keen interest in meeting you." His words were accompanied by a gesture toward the empty space around the pool, and Alice followed his gaze, puzzled at first by the absence of any other figures. But as she looked more closely, she began to notice details she had overlooked. The jack-o'-lanterns encircling the pool weren't merely carved with random faces. They bore the likenesses of gentle, kindly spirits, their expressions alive with warmth and curiosity. Some blinked slowly, their carved eyes moving with a subtle, lifelike grace. Others tilted their heads thoughtfully, as if considering her presence, and a few nodded in silent acknowledgement, their smiles welcoming her into their quiet gathering. "Please, sit," the Hatter invited, gesturing to a patch of moss that seemed to mold itself into a comfortable seat just as Alice needed it. She settled onto it, marveling at its warmth and softness, like sitting on a cloud warmed by the last rays of an autumn sunset. As she made herself comfortable, a delicate china teacup appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere, filled with a steaming liquid that carried the rich, comforting scents of cinnamon, nutmeg, and a mysterious spice that evoked memories of cozy evenings by a fire. The cup was warm in her hands, its surface painted with delicate autumn leaves that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight. "The October spirits were just explaining," the Hatter continued, his voice steady and soothing, "that Halloween magic is a unique kind, distinct from the wild transformations or startling surprises of other realms. It's a magic rooted in recognition and comfort, a gentle reminder that the unknown can be friendly, that shadows can be warm and inviting rather than cold and foreboding." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the shadows cast by the jack-o'-lanterns were not stark or ominous, but a soft, glowing grey, radiant with their own subtle light. They seemed like places where one might curl up with a book or drift into a peaceful nap, surrounded by the garden's quiet embrace. "Would you like to help us tend the garden?" came a voice, warm and grandmotherly, from one of the larger jack-o'-lanterns, though its carved mouth remained still. The tone was so kind and welcoming that Alice felt an immediate sense of belonging, as if she had been invited into a cherished family tradition. She nodded instinctively, her heart answering before her mind could catch up, drawn to the idea of contributing to this magical place. She stood, still clutching her fragrant tea, and looked to the Hatter for guidance. "It's quite simple," he said, rising with a graceful ease that seemed entirely natural in this serene setting. "We need to help the jack-o'-lantern seeds find their perfect places in the garden, ensuring each growing pumpkin receives just the right balance of moonlight and starshine." He led her to a corner of the garden she hadn't noticed before, where the ground was blanketed with tiny, glowing seeds scattered across the silvery sand. Each seed pulsed with its own unique light, some warm amber, others soft orange, deep red, or pale yellow, each with a rhythm that felt alive and individual, like the heartbeat of a tiny, hopeful creature. Some pulsed quickly, as if eager to grow, while others glowed with a slow, contemplative rhythm that spoke of patience and wisdom. Each seed, the Hatter explained, kneeling beside the scattered lights with a reverence that matched the garden's tranquility, will grow into the jack-o'-lantern the garden needs, but only if it's planted in the spot where it feels most at home. The trick is to listen with your heart, not your mind, and let the seed guide you. Alice knelt beside him, her eyes drawn to a small seed glowing with a particularly warm amber light, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the purr of a contented cat. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt a gentle, emotional pull, not a physical tug, but a quiet yearning, as if the seed longed for a place it had yet to discover. Trusting this feeling, Alice stood and moved through the garden, the seed cradled in her palms. The pull grew stronger as she neared the reflecting pool, where the moonlight fell in a delicate pattern through the swaying grasses, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. She knelt and pressed the seed into the soft, warm earth, feeling the ground yield gently beneath her touch. Almost instantly, a tiny green shoot emerged, its delicate leaves unfurling in the moonlight, radiating a quiet contentment that warmed Alice's heart. She smiled, a wave of peace washing over her, as if she had helped a small piece of the world find its rightful place. "Perfect," said the grandmotherly voice from the jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with approval and affection. "You have the touch, my dear. Each seed you plant will grow into exactly what the garden needs." Encouraged, Alice continued her work, moving through the garden with a sense of purpose that felt both new and timeless. She planted dozens of seeds, each one guiding her to its ideal spot through that same gentle emotional pull. Some longed to be near the reflecting pool, where their light could mingle with the starlit water. Others preferred the winding paths, where they could greet passers-by with their warm glow, and a few felt most at home on the hillside, closer to the stars that seemed to sing to them in the quiet night. As she worked, Alice's movements grew slower, more deliberate, each action a meditative act that deepened her connection to the garden. The rhythm of walking, kneeling, and planting became a soothing ritual, her breathing aligning with the gentle pulsing of the jack-o'-lanterns around her. Her mind grew quiet, free of the usual clutter of thoughts, filled instead with the simple joy of being part of this magical place. The Hatter worked beside her, his own movements graceful and unhurried, occasionally humming soft melodies that seemed to coax the seeds into settling happily into the earth. At times she overheard him speaking quietly with the October spirits, their voices blending into the garden's symphony as they discussed the balance of colors and rhythms needed to complete the garden's harmony. The hours slipped by, though time seemed to flow differently in the autumn moon garden, stretching and contracting like a dream. Alice felt no fatigue, only a deep sense of fulfillment as she tended to the seeds, each one a small promise of light and warmth. The garden seemed to respond to her efforts, its glow growing brighter, its hum more resonant, as if it were thanking her for her care. And as she worked, she couldn't help but feel that she, too, was finding her place in this enchanted world, her heart aligning with the quiet magic of the October night. As the evening deepened, Alice's senses sharpened, and she began to notice subtle movements in the garden's soft twilight that she had initially mistaken for mere shadows cast by the glowing jack-o'-lanterns. At first they appeared as fleeting flickers, dancing at the edges of her vision, but as she focused, she realized they were not shadows at all, but gentle, translucent spirits, ethereal inhabitants of the garden itself. These figures moved with a grace that seemed almost choreographed, their motions fluid and deliberate, like dancers performing a silent ballet under the harvest moon. They tended to the growing jack-o'-lanterns with delicate touches, adjusting vines, brushing silvery sand from leaves, or gently coaxing a seedling to stand a little taller. Though they never spoke, their presence was warm and welcoming, and occasionally one would pause to nod at Alice, their translucent faces radiating quiet approval. The acknowledgement filled her with a profound sense of connection, as if her careful work planting seeds was not just appreciated but woven into the very fabric of this magical place, a shared effort that transcended time and space. The spirits themselves were a vision of otherworldly beauty, their forms crafted from moonlight and autumn mist, substantial enough to interact with the garden, yet so ethereal that Alice could see the twinkling stars through their shimmering outlines. Their garments flowed like liquid night, as if woven from the deep indigo of the twilight sky, adorned with intricate patterns of constellations that shifted and reformed with every movement. Some bore the faint outlines of Orion or the Pleiades, while others displayed unfamiliar star formations that seemed to tell stories of forgotten skies. Their faces were serene, ageless, and imbued with a timeless quality that suggested they had been tending this enchanted garden for centuries, perhaps millennia, their presence as constant as the turning of the seasons, their eyes glowing softly with the same silver light as the stars above, held a kindness that made Alice feel instantly at ease, as if she were among old friends who had known her long before she arrived in this magical place. One spirit, whose starry gown seemed to contain an entire galaxy of tiny, pulsating lights, approached Alice as she knelt to plant a particularly large seed that glowed with a deep, rich purple light, its rhythm slow and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. The spirit knelt beside her, its translucent hands hovering over Alice's own, guiding them with a gentle, almost imperceptible touch to press the seed to the perfect depth in the warm, yielding earth. As their hands moved together, Alice felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, a profound sense of belonging that enveloped her like a soft embrace. It was as if she had been welcomed into an ancient lineage of gardeners, a sacred tradition that stretched back through countless autumns, each caretaker adding their love and care to the garden's enduring magic. The spirit's touch was cool yet comforting, and its presence seemed to whisper of shared purpose, of a bond forged in the quiet act of nurturing life in this enchanted place. When the seed was planted, a tiny sprout emerged almost instantly, its leaves unfurling with a soft glow that mirrored the purple light of the seed. The spirit stood, its starry gown shimmering with a cascade of light, and gestured toward a part of the garden Alice had yet to explore. Intrigued, she followed the silent invitation, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand as she wound through the glowing rows of jack-o'-lanterns. The path led her to a grove of trees, their branches heavy with hanging lanterns that were not made of glass or metal but of hollow gourds and small pumpkins, each carved with intricate lace-like patterns. These natural lanterns glowed with a warm golden light, casting delicate shadow pictures onto the ground below that shifted gently in the breeze. The patterns were mesmerizing, their designs so precise and detailed that they seemed to hold stories within their flickering forms, inviting Alice to pause and lose herself in their quiet beauty. The shadow pictures were not the eerie or unsettling images one might expect in a moonlit grove, but gentle, heartwarming scenes that spoke of the joys of autumn. Alice saw vignettes of harvest festivals, with villagers dancing around bonfires, their faces alight with laughter and camaraderie. Other shadows depicted families gathered around long tables laden with steaming dishes, their hands clasped in gratitude before a meal. She saw children leaping into piles of crisp leaves, their giggles almost audible in the stillness, and couples sharing warm drinks under blankets, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. The scenes moved slowly, like a dream unfolding at its own leisurely pace, each one a celebration of the ways autumn brought people together in moments of comfort, connection, and quiet joy. Alice stood transfixed, her heart swelling with a longing to be part of those scenes, to share in the warmth and togetherness they depicted. At the heart of the grove stood a tree that commanded reverence, its presence ancient and wise, its trunk so broad that Alice imagined it would take a dozen friends holding hands to encircle it. Its bark gleamed silver white in the moonlight, smooth yet textured with the wisdom of countless seasons, and its branches stretched upward, their tips brushing the stars as if in quiet conversation with the heavens. From its lower branches hung dozens of jack-o'-lanterns, each one unique in size, shape, and design, their carved faces glowing with expressions ranging from serene contemplation to gentle amusement. Some were tiny, their light delicate and flickering, while others were large, their intricate carvings resembling portraits of forgotten autumn spirits. The tree seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it were the heart of the garden, anchoring its magic and radiating a sense of timeless peace. Nestled among the great roots of the tree, like a throne carved by nature itself, sat the largest and most magnificent jack-o'-lantern Alice had ever seen. It towered over her, easily twice her height, its surface carved with such intricate artistry that it transcended its humble origins as a pumpkin and became a masterwork of sculpture. The face etched into its glowing surface was benevolent and wise, its kind eyes seeming to hold the accumulated wisdom of countless autumns, their depths reflecting the light of stars and moons long past. Its gentle smile radiated a warmth that enveloped Alice, dispelling any lingering doubts or fears and filling her with an immediate sense of peace. The jack-o'-lantern's light pulsed slowly, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the heartbeat of the garden itself, inviting all who stood before it to rest in its embrace. "Welcome, Alice," said the great jack-o'-lantern, its voice deep and resonant, like the sound of wind rustling through a forest of autumn leaves, carrying with it the scents of earth and spice. "We have been waiting for you to join us for the Halloween moon ceremony, a moment when the garden comes alive with the magic of this sacred night." The words were spoken with such warmth and sincerity that Alice felt as though she had been personally invited to a gathering of great importance, her presence not just welcomed but essential to the harmony of the event. She looked around and saw that the garden spirits had gathered in the grove, their translucent forms shimmering in the moonlight, their starry garments twinkling in unison with the jack-o'-lanterns. The hatter stood among them, his forest green coat now adorned with a crown of autumn leaves that shimmered with stardust, his serene smile reflecting the garden's tranquil magic. "What is the Halloween moon ceremony?" Alice asked, her voice soft and reverent, instinctively matching the peaceful tone of the gathering. She felt a quiet awe, as if she were standing on the threshold of something ancient and profound, a moment that connected her to a timeless tradition. "It is the moment," the great jack-o'-lantern explained, its voice rich with the weight of centuries, "when we celebrate the harmonious coexistence of the world of the living and the realm of mystery. Tonight, under the radiant full autumn moon, we honor the truth that the unknown need not be feared, that differences can be a source of wonder, and that the boundary between the everyday world and the world of magic is not a barrier but a doorway, inviting us to step through with open hearts." Its words resonated deeply, filling Alice with a sense of clarity and purpose, as if she had always known this truth but needed the garden's wisdom to fully understand it. As if in response to the great jack-o'-lantern's words, the full moon above seemed to blaze with newfound intensity, its silver light flooding the garden with a brilliance that illuminated every detail. The carved faces of the jack-o'-lanterns glowed with warm contentment, their expressions radiating a quiet joy that seemed to echo the moon's light. The spirits shimmered with an ethereal grace, their starry garments sparkling like a celestial tapestry, and the growing plants reached upward, their leaves trembling with gratitude as they bathed in the celestial glow. The entire garden seemed to hum with a shared energy, a collective celebration of the magic that bound it together under the autumn moon. The ceremony itself was unlike any ritual Alice had ever witnessed, its simplicity profound and moving. There were no grand speeches or elaborate gestures, only a shared moment of quiet reverence as everyone in the garden stood together, basking in the moonlight. The spirits, the hatter, and the jack-o'-lanterns all seemed to breathe as one, their presence unified by a deep sense of connection to the magic surrounding them. Alice felt it too, a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of an ancient lineage that stretched back through generations of gardeners, spirits, and wise jack-o'-lanterns, all united by their love for this enchanted place. The silence was filled with a music born not of instruments but of harmony, the soft hum of the jack-o'-lanterns, the whisper of the autumn breeze through the trees, the gentle laughter of the spirits, and the slow, steady breathing of the earth itself, resting peacefully under the moon's tender care. As Alice stood in the grove, enveloped by the garden's gentle magic, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, warm and comforting, like a soft blanket draped over her shoulders. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her, its silver glow soothing her senses, while the warm light from the jack-o'-lanterns made her eyelids grow heavy with contentment. The ceremony continued around her, its quiet rhythm requiring no effort beyond the simple joy of being present, of sharing in the garden's peace. She felt herself swaying slightly, her body relaxing into the moment, carried by the gentle pulse of the garden's magic. "Alice," the Hatter said softly, appearing beside her with his serene smile, his crown of leaves catching the moonlight in a delicate shimmer. "Would you like to rest in the moon garden's most special sleeping place? The ceremony will continue through the night, and you can sleep peacefully, cradled by the gentle magic that surrounds us." His voice was warm and inviting, promising a rest unlike any she had known. Alice nodded, her eyes heavy with the weight of the day's work and the garden's soothing enchantment. The hours spent tending the seeds, combined with the profound peace of this place, had left her in a state of perfect relaxation, her mind quiet and her heart full. The Hatter led her to a small hill nearby, its surface covered in the softest moss she had ever felt, warm and yielding like a bed crafted by the garden itself. The moonlight fell in a gentle pattern across the hill, filtered through the swaying grasses, and the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast warm, comforting shadows that seemed to embrace her. A bed formed itself from the moss and scattered leaves, perfectly shaped to her body, its surface as inviting as a cloud warmed by autumn sunlight. As Alice lay down, the earth beneath her radiated a gentle warmth, as if the garden itself were cradling her in its care. The great oak tree stretched one of its lower branches over her, and from it hung a small, exquisitely carved jack-o'-lantern, its light glowing with the softest, most comforting warmth, bright enough to reassure her, yet dim enough to lull her toward sleep. The light pulsed slowly, its rhythm aligning with her own slowing breaths, guiding her gently toward rest. "Sleep well, dear Alice," whispered the grandmotherly voice from the large jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with love and protection. "You are safe and cherished in the moon garden, and we will all watch over your dreams." The words wrapped around her like a lullaby, their warmth settling into her heart as she sank deeper into the mossy bed. The sounds of the ongoing ceremony enveloped her, quiet humming from the spirits, the Hatter's soft conversation with the October spirits, and the gentle creaking of the ancient oak as it swayed in the breeze. These sounds blended into a melody more beautiful than any lullaby, a symphony of peace and magic that carried her toward sleep. The jack-o'-lantern above her pulsed more slowly, its light dimming gradually, as if it knew exactly when she was ready to drift off. She felt the loving presence of the garden spirits surrounding her, their watchful care a gentle promise that she was safe in this enchanted place. As Alice hovered on the edge of sleep, she noticed the autumn leaves falling more thickly now, but instead of settling on the ground, they drifted gently over her, forming a blanket of gold, red, and amber. Each leaf seemed to carry a wish for peaceful dreams, their touch light and comforting, like a mother's hand smoothing a child's hair. The sensation was so soothing that Alice surrendered completely, her body relaxing into the embrace of the garden's magic. Her final thoughts were of gratitude for the autumn moon garden, with its glowing jack-o'-lanterns and gentle spirits, for the hatter's quiet companionship transformed by the serenity of this place, and for the great jack-o'-lantern whose wisdom and warmth had made her feel so safe and loved. The Halloween moon ceremony continued softly around her, a celebration of the harmony between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the magical, the living and the eternal. In that perfect moment, surrounded by the loving glow of countless jack-o'-lanterns and watched over by the benevolent spirits of the garden, Alice slipped into the deepest, most restorative sleep she had ever known, her dreams alight with gentle radiance, and the promise that peace and magic could coexist in the soft shadows of an October night. The moon continued its slow ascent across the star-filled sky, its silver light blessing the sleeping garden and its dreamers with a quiet promise. When morning came, it would bring with it new wonders, new reasons to marvel at the gentle magic that lingered in the quiet spaces between the everyday world and the realm of beautiful dreams, where the autumn moon garden would forever hold a place in Alice's heart. Dracula's Elara, a Halloween sleep story, The Autumn Librarian. The first thing Elara noticed about Castle Ravencroft's library was not the towering shelves that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the vaulted ceiling, nor the ancient leather-bound volumes that lined them like sleeping sentinels. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the way the candlelight danced across the pages of an open book on the central reading table, as if the flames themselves were reading the words. This initial observation wasn't just a fleeting detail, it was a profound introduction to the unique essence of the castle. The flickering light seemed to have a life of its own, hinting at a sentience within the library that transcended its physical form. This wasn't a mere trick of the light, it was an active, almost sentient quality that immediately set the tone for Elara's new position. The library, it seemed, was a living entity, its quiet hum a prelude to the extraordinary secrets it held. For Elara, who had always viewed books as silent, patient friends, this dynamic display of light and shadow was both mesmerizing and a little unsettling, a subtle hint that her new role would be far from ordinary. It was a silent invitation to a world where the boundary between the mundane and the magical was paper thin, a world she had only ever dreamed of inhabiting. She had arrived at the castle that very afternoon, responding to a peculiar advertisement in the village newspaper, Librarians sought for private collection, must appreciate the beauty of old books and quiet nights. Autumn position. Inquire at Castle Ravenscroft. The salary mentioned was generous enough to make her overlook the oddity of the timing, who hired a librarian specifically for Autumn, and the location, which every villager had described, with a mixture of reverence and gentle unease. Elara had always been drawn to the tranquility of libraries, the smell of aging paper and leather, a comforting scent. The advertisement's emphasis on quiet nights and old books had spoken to her soul, promising a haven of peace and scholarly pursuit. The timing, however, was a curious detail that had gnawed at her. Why only for Autumn? It was a question she hadn't dared to voice, instead choosing to believe it was simply a matter of the Count's personal preference. The villagers' reactions had been even more telling. The people spoke of the Count and his castle with a strange blend of respect for his wealth and status, and a palpable sense of apprehension. Their vague warnings about things being different fueled Elara's curiosity rather than her fear. She had always found comfort in the unusual, drawn to the stories and secrets that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. This was an opportunity not just for a job, but for an adventure. The Count Island, particular, the innkeeper had said, polishing a glass with unnecessary vigor, but fair, always fair. Just don't be surprised if things seem a bit different up there. The innkeeper's words were a carefully veiled warning, a mix of local gossip and genuine concern. His nervous energy, the way he scrubbed the glass as if to erase his own words, spoke volumes. Elara had understood his message implicitly. Castle Ravenscroft was not like other places. The fair part of his description was a reassurance that the Count was not malicious, merely eccentric, but the different part left a wide and tantalizing space for her imagination to fill. Was it a matter of ghosts, of odd schedules, or was it something far more otherworldly? The village, nestled at the foot of the hill leading to the castle, seemed to exist in a perpetual state of watchful quiet, its inhabitants bound by a shared knowledge they were reluctant to articulate. Elara, however, was not one to be easily deterred. She had a deep-seated belief that the most interesting stories were often the ones people were afraid to tell. This job wasn't just about managing a collection of books, it was about uncovering the story of the castle itself. Now, as Elara stood in the doorway of the most magnificent library she had ever seen, she began to understand what he meant. The room felt alive in a way that had nothing to do with the occasional flutter of curtains or the soft whisper of pages turning somewhere in the shadows. This wasn't the dusty, stagnant air of a forgotten collection. It was a tangible presence, a thrumming energy that made the very air feel thick with narrative. It was as if the stories within the books had seeped out and were now part of the atmosphere itself, waiting to be discovered. The library was a repository of knowledge, yes, but it was also a place of potent, almost magical energy. The scent of old paper and leather was overlaid with something else, the faint, clean smell of a storm, and the sweet, earthy aroma of autumn leaves. It was a place of sensory overload, but in the most beautiful way imaginable. Every glance revealed a new detail, a misplaced volume, a flickering light, the way the air seemed to shimmer around certain shelves. The room wasn't just a container for stories, it was the stories themselves, breathing and existing in a space all their own. "You must be Miss Alara." The voice was soft, cultured, with the faintest accent she couldn't place. It cut through the gentle hum of the library, yet somehow felt a part of it. She turned to see a tall, elegant man emerging from between the shelves, his movements silent and fluid, as if he too was a part of the castle's living history. His dark hair was silver at the temples, his clothes impeccably tailored despite their obvious age. His fashion, while elegant, seemed to belong to another era, a detail that deepened the mystery surrounding him. But it was his eyes that caught her attention, ancient, kind, and filled with a sadness so deep it seemed to have settled there like dust on forgotten books. His gaze was not piercing or intimidating, but rather gentle and weary, holding the weight of countless years and unspoken memories. It was the look of a man who had seen too much beauty and too much loss. His presence was not intimidating, but rather magnetic, drawing her in with a sense of profound empathy. He was not just the owner of the library, he was a part of its narrative, a living piece of its history. "Count Ravencroft?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Her intuition and the village gossip had been correct. He inclined his head gracefully, a gesture of old-world politeness that felt both formal and entirely genuine. "Welcome to my home, Miss Alara. I trust your journey from the village was pleasant." His voice was a calm counterpoint to the vibrant energy of the library, a grounding force in the midst of its magic. Very much so. "The autumn colors are breathtaking." She gestured toward the tall windows, where the last light of day filtered through glass that seemed to turn the dying sunlight to liquid amber. The view was a masterpiece of nature, a fiery tapestry of reds, oranges, and golds, a stark and beautiful contrast to the quiet grandeur of the library. And this library, it's extraordinary. Her voice was filled with a genuine awe she couldn't contain. This was not a perfunctory compliment. It was a heartfelt declaration. The library was a sanctuary, and she felt an immediate, deep connection to it. A smile touched the corners of his mouth, transforming his austere features. "It has been my life's work, or perhaps I should say, my life's companion. These books have been with me through many seasons, many years, more years than you might imagine." His words were delivered with a gentle sincerity that transcended simple conversation. The weight of his statement hung in the air, a profound truth veiled in casual language. He wasn't just talking about a long life, he was hinting at an existence that defied the normal passage of time. His reference to many seasons, many years, was not a boast, but a simple statement of fact, a window into a life of immense longevity and quiet observation. Ilara's heart thrummed with a mix of curiosity and a deep sense of understanding. She felt as though she were standing at the edge of a vast, deep lake of history, and the Count was the guardian of its secrets. His sadness was not a sign of despair, but rather the quiet melancholy of a man who has outlived all that he has loved. "I've brought you something," the Count continued, lifting a delicate china cup from a nearby table. The cup was filled with tea that steamed gently, carrying with it the sense of cinnamon, cardamom, and something else, something that reminded her of autumn leaves and moonlight. The aroma was rich and complex, a sensory tapestry that perfectly captured the feeling of the season. A blend of my own creation, it helps with the adjustment to evening hours. The tea wasn't just a gesture of hospitality, it was an act of preparation. The choice of spices, cinnamon and cardamom were warm and comforting, but the mysterious third scent hinted at something more. It was the smell of magic, of ancient woods and forgotten lore. The cup itself felt perfect in her hands, a comforting weight that seemed to have been waiting for her all along. The whole scene was a testament to the Count's thoughtful, deliberate nature, a man who saw and understood things that others missed. Evening hours? Elara accepted the cup, noting how perfectly warm it was, as if it had been waiting for her. The question was a simple one, but it opened the door to the heart of the library's secret. "The library keeps unusual hours," he explained, settling into a chair beside the reading table with the ease of someone who had occupied that same spot for centuries. "The books, you see, are most active at night. During the day, they rest, content to be ordinary volumes of paper and ink, but as the sun sets," he gestured around them, and Elara gasped softly. The library was transforming. This wasn't a subtle change, it was a magnificent and breathtaking spectacle, where moments before it had been impressive but static. Now it hummed with a gentle, resonant energy. Books on the shelves pulsed with soft light, their titles shifting and changing like living things, revealing secrets to those who knew how to look. A volume on astronomy opened itself, its pages fluttering as constellations rose from the paper to dance in the air above it, a silent ballet of starlight. Somewhere in the poetry section, she could hear the faint sound of verses being whispered by invisible lips, the echoes of 1,000 long-lost voices. "Halloween approaches," the Count said, as if this explained everything. It was the key to the mystery, the reason for the autumn position, the source of the village's unease. The boundary between what is and what might be grows thin. Here, in this place where so many stories have been read and loved and dreamed over, that boundary becomes permeable. The words were simple, yet they contained a profound truth. The library was a nexus, a place where the collective belief in stories had worn a hole in the fabric of reality. The magic wasn't an inherent property of the books themselves, but a reflection of the dreams and thoughts that had been poured into them by countless readers over countless years. The Count was not a wizard, but a custodian of a place where belief and reality intertwined. The library was a living, breathing testament to the power of human imagination. Elara sipped her tea, feeling a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the temperature of the liquid. Rather than fear, she felt a deep sense of wonder. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice a hushed reverence. The glowing books, The dancing constellations, the whispered poetry, it was all so much more than she could have ever imagined. It was a tangible, beautiful manifestation of the magic she had always known existed in the world. "You're not afraid?" The question carried fragile hope, one he had asked many times, usually met with fear. She paused, watching a children's book open by the window, a paper dragon yawning before settling back into its page. The creature was small, harmless, pure wonder. "Should I be?" she asked, curious, not defiant. Fear felt absurd in the presence of such beauty. "Most people are. They see danger in the unusual." His voice held the faintest trace of hope. "But you see wonder. My grandmother always said the world was full of magic for those who knew how to look. I suppose I've been looking all my life." Her words carried the truth. She had grown up with stories hidden in leaves, starlight, the ordinary made extraordinary. The Count studied her in the candlelight. "She sounds wise." She was. She said libraries were the most magical places, holding every dream ever dreamed. Elara set down her teacup, touching a midnight blue book that pulsed faintly with light. She would have loved this place. His final question was quiet, reverent. What was her name? Helena. Helena Morrison. She was a librarian too, in the city, before she retired to our little village. Elara traced the spine of the blue book with one finger, feeling a pleasant tingling sensation. "She died last winter. It's part of why I wanted this position. I needed to be somewhere that felt like her, like the magic she always saw in books." "Helena Morrison," the Count repeated slowly, and something in his voice made Elara turn. He was staring at her with an expression of amazement. She was small, with silver hair that caught the light, and eyes the same shade of green as yours. Elara felt her heart skip. "Yes. How could you possibly know that?" The Count rose from his chair, moving to a different section of the library. "She came here once, many years ago. She was researching local folklore for a paper she was writing. Spent 3 nights in this very library, reading by candlelight and asking the most delightful questions." He pulled a book from the shelf, a journal bound in worn leather. "I kept her notes. She had a theory about the connection between stories and magic, about how belief could make the impossible real." He handed her the journal, and Elara opened it to see her grandmother's familiar handwriting. The villagers speak of Castle Ravencroft with a mixture of fear and affection, as if describing a beloved but unpredictable relative. They tell stories of books that read themselves, of a library that comes alive on autumn nights, of a Count who has lived longer than memory. But beneath their words, I sense not darkness, but loneliness. Magic, I suspect, can be a beautiful but isolating gift. Tears pricked at Elara's eyes. "She never told me she'd been here. She promised to return," the Count said gently. "We had such wonderful conversations about the nature of stories, about the way they shape reality even as reality shapes them. I waited for her every autumn, but she got older, and the journey became too difficult," Elara finished. "She spent her last years mostly in the village. helping at the local library, reading to children. She sounds as though she lived a full and beautiful life. She did. Elara closed the journal carefully, but I think she would have loved to see this place one more time, especially during Halloween season. The Count was quiet for several moments, his ancient eyes thoughtful. Perhaps, he said finally, she is seeing it, in a way. Before Elara could ask what he meant, a book fell open on the reading table with a soft thud. Both of them turned to look, and Elara gasped. The book was displaying a photograph that seemed to move and shift like a living memory. Her grandmother as a young woman, sitting in this very library, laughing at something unseen. The books remember everyone who has loved them, the Count explained softly. They hold not just words, but moments, feelings, the essence of those who have found joy in their pages. Elara approached the book slowly, watching as the image shifted to show her grandmother at different ages, always surrounded by books, always with that expression of wonder and delight that Elara remembered so well. It's like she's still here, in the ways that matter most, she islanded. The rest of the evening passed like a dream. The Count showed her through the library, explaining the peculiarities of different sections. The history books, he told her, sometimes rewrote themselves to include events that hadn't quite happened yet, possibilities fluttering on the edge of becoming real. The poetry section was particularly active during autumn, with verses composing themselves in the air before settling onto pages like falling leaves. And here, he said, leading her to a cozy nook lined with children's books, is perhaps the most magical section of all. As they approached, the books began to glow more brightly, and Elara heard something that made her heart sing. The sound of her grandmother's voice, reading aloud. She couldn't see the source, but the words were unmistakable, the cadence as familiar as her own heartbeat. She read here often during her visit, the Count explained. The children's books loved her voice. They've been repeating her stories ever since, waiting for someone who would appreciate them as she did. Elara sank into a comfortable chair, listening to the ghostly echo of her grandmother reading The Velveteen Rabbit. Around them, the other books seemed to settle contentedly, as if they too were enjoying the familiar voice. This is why you needed a librarian for autumn, Elara said suddenly, understanding flooding through her. The books become active, and you need someone to tend them, but not just anyone, someone who understands their magic. Someone like your grandmother, the Count confirmed. Someone who sees wonder instead of strangeness, beauty instead of fear. Someone who believes. Exactly. They sat in comfortable silence, listening to the gentle sounds of the enchanted library, pages turning themselves, ink reshaping into new words, the soft whisper of stories being born. Elara felt a peace she hadn't experienced since her grandmother's death, as if some part of her that had been holding its breath could finally relax. Count Ravencroft, she said eventually, may I ask you something personal? Of course. How long have you been here? The villagers speak of you as if you've always existed, and you mentioned more years than I might imagine. He was quiet for so long that she wondered if he was going to answer at all. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost hesitant. I came to this castle in 1891. I was different then, darker. The magic that touched me was not the gentle kind you see here tonight. Elara waited, sensing that there was more to the story. I was cursed, you might say, doomed to an existence that was neither life nor death, sustained by things I prefer not to remember. I was alone, angry, afraid of my own nature. This library was just a room full of books then, beautiful perhaps, but ordinary. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the star-filled sky. But books, Miss Elara, have a power all their own. The more I read, the more I began to understand that stories shape us as much as we shape them. I read tales of redemption, of love conquering darkness, of monsters becoming something more than their nature demanded, and slowly, very slowly, I began to change. The books changed you, the stories changed me. Every tale of hope I read planted a seed. Every happy ending made the darkness in me a little lighter. And then one Halloween night about 50 years ago, something miraculous happened. He turned back to face her, and his smile was radiant. The books began to respond to the change in me. They came alive, just as you see them now. They had been waiting, I think, for their keeper to become worthy of their magic. "That's beautiful," Elara whispered. "It is now, but I am still not entirely human, Miss Elara. I exist in the spaces between day and night, between story and reality. I thought you should know this before you decide whether to stay." Elara stood and walked to him, reaching out to take his hand. It was cool but solid, real and present. "Count Ravencroft, may I call you by your first name?" "Adrian," he said softly. "Adrian, my grandmother always told me that who someone chooses to be is more important than what they were born as. You've chosen to be a guardian of stories, a keeper of wonder. You've created something magical and beautiful. That's who you are." His eyes filled with something that might have been tears, if creatures like him could cry. "Your grandmother raised you well." "She did." Elara squeezed his hand gently. "And I would be honored to help you care for this library." The rest of that first night passed in a blur of wonder. Adrian showed her the cataloging system books, organized not just by subject or author, but by the emotions they evoked, the dreams they inspired. He explained how to feed the more energetic volumes. Poetry books, he told her with a smile, subsisted entirely on applause, while adventure novels preferred the occasional gasp of excitement. As dawn approached, the books began to settle back into ordinary silence, their magic ebbing with the growing light. But even in their dormant state, Elara could feel their potential humming just beneath the surface, waiting for another night to bloom into wonder. "You should rest," Adrian said as the first rays of sunlight crept through the windows. "The cottage at the edge of the grounds has been prepared for you. Tonight, if you're willing, your real work begins." Elara made her way to the cottage as the castle settled into its daytime quietude. The cottage was small but perfect, with a bedroom that looked out over the autumn gardens, and a sitting room lined with books, ordinary books that stayed obediently on their shelves, though she fancied she could see them waiting patiently for evening. She slept deeply and dreamlessly, and when she woke, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed to call to something deep in her soul. Halloween was only days away, and she could feel the anticipation in the air like electricity before a storm. The library welcomed her back with what could only be described as joy. Books glowed brighter as she passed, and she could have sworn she heard them sighing with contentment. Adrian was there waiting for her, looking more solid and present than he had in the daylight hours. "Ready for your first real evening as librarian?" he asked. "More than ready." And so began the most magical weeks of Elara's life. Each night she tended the library with Adrian, learning the subtle art of caring for enchanted books. She discovered that the mystery novels occasionally solved themselves if left alone too long, requiring her to gently reset their plots. The cookbooks needed to be prevented from actually producing the foods they described, lest the library become overrun with phantom feasts. And the romance novels had an unfortunate tendency to generate swooning spells in anyone who read them too closely. But it was the children's section that she loved most. There, surrounded by books that remembered her grandmother's voice, she found a peace that had been missing from her life since Helena's death. She began reading aloud herself, and the books responded with evident delight, their pages glowing more brightly with each story she shared. "They love you," Adrian observed one evening, watching as a picture book opened itself hopefully on her lap. "I love them too," Elara replied, beginning to read about a little mouse who dreamed of flying. Around them, other books rustled their pages in approval. As Halloween drew closer, the magic in the library intensified. Books began writing themselves, creating new stories that reflected the dreams and hopes of everyone who had ever read within these walls. Elara found poems dedicated to her grandmother appearing on previously blank pages, stories that seemed to know her deepest wishes and fears. "It's the season," Adrian explained when she showed him a particularly poignant tale about a young woman who found family among the books she tended. "Halloween is when the boundary between the real and the imagined becomes thinnest. The books are responding to your presence, to your love for them and for this place. They're trying to give you the stories you need." "The stories I need?" "We all have stories we need to hear, Elara. Stories that heal old wounds, that show us we're not alone, that help us understand our place in the world." He gestured around the library. "This place exists to provide those stories to whoever needs them most." On Halloween night itself, the transformation was complete. The library pulsed with such vibrant magic that it seemed almost alive, a great heart beating with the rhythm of countless stories. Books floated freely through the air, their pages streaming behind them like wings. Words rose from their bindings to dance through the air in spirals of silver and gold. And there, in the children's section, Elara saw her grandmother, not solid, not entirely real, but present nonetheless, a shimmer of warmth and love sitting in the reading chair, surrounded by glowing books that leaned toward her like flowers following the Sunday. "Grandmother?" Elara whispered. Helena looked up and smiled, that same expression of wonder and delight that had defined her life. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, woven into the very air of the library. "My dearest girl, I knew you would find your way here eventually. How are you? I mean, are you really?" "I'm exactly as real as any story that lives in a reader's heart," Helena said gently, "and this library, dear one, is a place where such stories can take shape." Elara moved closer, noting how the books around her grandmother glowed with particular warmth. "I've missed you so much, and I have been with you all along, in every story you've read, every library you've entered, every moment you've chosen wonder over fear." Helena's eyes sparkled with familiar mischief, "though I must say, you've found yourself quite an extraordinary position. Adrian has done well with this place." The Count himself appeared then, approaching with evident respect and affection. "Helena, you look exactly as I remember." "Flatterer," she said with a laugh that made the books around her flutter their pages in delight. "Though I must say, you've changed considerably, for the better, I might add." "I had excellent teachers," he replied, glancing meaningfully at the surrounding books. "Books make the best teachers," Helena agreed. "They never judge, never give up hope, and they're always willing to share their wisdom with those who seek it." She turned back to Elara. "You understand that now, don't you, dear? This is where you belong, not just because you can tend the magic, but because you can appreciate it." Elara felt tears on her cheeks, but they were tears of joy rather than sorrow. "Will I see you again? Every time you open a book with love in your heart, every time you share a story with someone who needs to hear it, every time you choose to believe in magic rather than dismiss it." Helena began to fade, becoming more translucent, more story than substance. "Take care of this place, Elara. And take care of Adrian, he's been lonely far too long." As her grandmother's form dissolved back into the warm glow of the books, Elara felt a hand on her shoulder. Adrian stood beside her, his own eyes bright with emotion. "She's right, you know," he said softly. "I have been lonely, until now." Elara leaned against his shoulder, feeling the solid comfort of his presence. Around them, the library continued its Halloween celebration, but the frantic energy was settling into something deeper, more peaceful. The books were returning to their shelves, their magic banking like embers that would burn steadily through the long winter ahead. "Will you stay?" Adrian asked. "Not just for the season, but permanently? This library needs a keeper who understands its heart, and I would be honored to share its wonders with you." Elara looked around the library that had become her home, at the books that had welcomed her like old friends, at the man who had shown her magic beyond her wildest dreams. "I can't imagine being anywhere else." As the first light of November dawn began to creep through the windows, the Halloween magic settled into a gentler, more sustainable enchantment. The books returned to their shelves, but retained their glow, their awareness, their love for the woman who tended them with such care. And in the days that followed, as autumn deepened into winter, Elara discovered that the magic of Castle Ravencroft's library wasn't limited to one night of the year. It lived in every shared story, every moment of wonder, every connection between reader and tale. She found her place not just as a librarian, but as a guardian of dreams, a keeper of the thin places where stories and reality touched. And beside her, Adrian continued his own transformation, becoming more human with each passing day, anchored to life by love and stories, and the quiet magic of finding someone who saw wonder in the same places he did. The villagers, who had always spoken of Castle Ravencroft with a mixture of awe and unease, began to tell different stories. They spoke of the kind librarian who had brought warmth to the old castle, of the count who smiled more often now, of books that glowed softly in windows on winter nights like gentle beacons of hope. And sometimes, on particularly magical evenings, visitors to the library reported seeing a silver-haired woman sitting in the children's section, reading aloud in a voice full of love and wonder. The books, they said, always listened with perfect attention, and the stories she told had a way of following listeners home, living in their hearts long after the words had ended. For in the end, that's what the best stories do. They find their way into the spaces between heartbeats, into the quiet moments before sleep, into the part of the soul that still believes in magic. And in Castle Ravencroft's library, surrounded by books that loved their readers as much as they were loved in return, those stories lived on, creating their own gentle enchantment that would last far beyond any single Halloween night. As Elara settled into her new life, tending books by candlelight and sharing stories with Adrian through the long, peaceful evenings, she often remembered her grandmother's words. The world was full of magic for those who knew how to look for it. She had looked, and she had found not just magic, but home. And in the children's section, where the most beloved books lived, a whisper of Helena's laughter could still be heard on quiet nights, reminding anyone who listened that the best stories never truly end. They simply find new ways to begin again. Frankenstein, a Halloween sleep story, the creature's Halloween garden. Between dusk and midnight, in the quiet of an October night, there lived a creature who saw beauty where others saw fear. He had spent years wandering the edges of civilization, not seeking trouble but a place to belong. He hoped his unusual appearance would be seen as part of the world's rich tapestry, not as something to be feared. His travels had taken him through deep forests and moonlit meadows. He had learned to read the subtle moods of nature, from morning mist to the quality of silence that came with the first frost. On this particular evening, just before Halloween, the creature walked a winding country lane bordered by ancient oak trees. Their leaves in shades of gold, amber, and red rustled overhead like a whispered lullaby. He paused often, listening to the drip of dew and the distant call of a night bird, his breath slowing to match the rhythm of the leaves. The full moon hung in the sky, transforming the familiar world into a dreamlike landscape. Under its light, shadows held wonder instead of fear, and the creature's reflection in a still pond seemed less frightening, blessed with a kind of dignity. He moved silently along the path, his steps hushed not from fear, but from a desire not to disturb the evening's peace. The air was crisp, carrying the complex scent of autumn, wood smoke, fallen apples, and the green scent of dew-heavy grass. As he walked, breathing deeply of the night air, he noticed something unusual ahead, a warm, golden light spilling from beyond a low stone wall along the lane. It was no harsh glare of modern lamps, but a softer radiance, like candle flames behind amber glass or a hearth glowing through the long night. The light pulsed gently, casting living shadows across the stones. Drawn by instinct, the creature approached. The wall was old, moss-soft, its mortar seams sprouting pale flowers that glowed ghost-like in the moonlight. Closer now, he heard faint sounds, something like laughter mingled with wind, and beneath it, the murmur of many small flames. His heart quickened, not with fear but with anticipation, as if before a long-awaited gift. With reverence, he placed his hands on the stone and peered over. The sight stole his breath. Beyond stretched rolling hills like a vast green quilt, covered with rows of pumpkins glowing as though each held a private Sunday. Some were round and smooth as fallen moons, others lumpy and misshapen, full of character. Tiny ones gleamed like jewels, while giants looked fit for a feast, broad enough for carvings, deep enough to hold whole constellations of candles. But what truly enchanted him were the jack-o'-lanterns, hundreds scattered through the fields, each carved with care, each glowing with warm, living light. They seemed a congregation of friendly spirits, faces lifted to the moon in welcome. Some bore simple triangular eyes and jagged grins, playful or inviting. Others showed intricate vines, flowers, lacework of light, or faces so gentle they seemed alive, glowing with joy, contemplation, or quiet peace. Jack-o'-lanterns carved as cats with whiskers, and alert ears displayed playful or dignified expressions. Others resembled owls with wise, secretive eyes. Some featured intricate scenes, tiny houses, sailing ships, or landscapes with trees, mountains, and star-like cuts that twinkled. The creature noticed the jack-o'-lanterns were arranged harmoniously, with smaller ones clustered around larger ones like children around grandparents. Elaborate carvings were placed for multi-angle viewing, while simpler faces lined pathways through the pumpkin patches. Candlelight flickered, casting shifting shadows and light. Flames burned bright, revealing carved details, or dimmed, creating mysterious shadows, as if the pumpkins whispered in an ancient language of flame. "Beautiful, aren't they?" a soft, calm voice said from behind. The creature turned, expecting fear, but saw an elderly woman with silver hair braided with flowers and leaves. Her lined face and warm, deep brown eyes showed no fear, only kind curiosity, as if she'd been expecting him. A woman in a rust-colored wool sweater, the color of autumn leaves, carried a wicker basket filled with small pumpkins and gourds. Around her neck was a tiny carved pumpkin. Yes, the creature said, his voice gentle. They are beautiful. The woman smiled. I'm Eleanor, she said simply, and I suspect you're admiring my Halloween garden. The creature looked at the glowing expanse. You created all of this? Over many years, Eleanor said, setting down her basket. It started with one small pumpkin patch, but it grew. The pumpkins wanted to become something special. She gestured toward a group of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. It became a kind of calling, creating different moods and personalities. And each year more people came to visit. It must take enormous amounts of work, the creature said quietly. The best kind, Eleanor replied, work that feeds the soul and brings joy to others. Would you like to see them up close? She asked, her gaze accepting. The gate's just there. The creature hesitated, accustomed to being feared. I wouldn't want to disturb anything. Nonsense, Eleanor said. Beauty is meant to be shared. Besides, she added with a smile, I think the jack-o'-lanterns have been waiting for you. They sense kindred spirits. They can tell when someone understands what it means to be different, but to carry beauty inside. Her words resonated, and for the first time in his life, the creature felt a glimmer of hope. Eleanor led him through a midnight blue gate, decorated with stars and vines. It opened silently onto a gravel path, and the creature was immediately surrounded by the warm glow of hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns. The artistry was profound. Some pumpkins had traditional designs, but even these seemed to possess individual personalities. Others were true works of art, like one carved with a delicate tree whose branches swayed in the candlelight, or another showing a contented cat mid-stretch. There were pumpkins carved with entire scenes, villages, landscapes, and starry nights. All of them seemed to glow not just with candlelight, but with the love and creativity that brought them to life. How do you do it? The creature asked, kneeling beside a peaceful-looking pumpkin. How do you make them seem so alive? Eleanor chuckled, a sound like wind chimes. I listen to what each pumpkin wants to become, she said, sitting on the gravel. They all have their own personalities. She adjusted a nearby candle. Some just want to be accepted for what they are, appreciated for their unique beauty. The creature's breath caught. It's beautiful, he whispered. Would you like to try making one? Eleanor asked. I'm not sure I have the skill, he said, looking at his large hands. I'm afraid I might ruin it. Eleanor's smile was gentle. Skill can be learned, but the desire to create is a gift. I can see you have it. She led him to a section with rows of waiting pumpkins and a table of carving tools. She selected a perfect round orange pumpkin. This one, she said, placing it on the table. I think this one has been waiting for you. The creature approached, hesitant, and Eleanor began to explain the process. Under Eleanor's guidance, the creature began to work. His large hands, usually clumsy, moved with surprising grace as he cut the top and hollowed out the pumpkin. The simple, rhythmic task was deeply peaceful. Eleanor worked beside him, offering tips on how to scrape the walls and save the seeds. "What would you like your jack-o'-lantern to express?" she asked. The creature considered this. "Hopeful," he said slowly. "Not happy, but hopeful, as if it's looking toward the future with quiet confidence." Eleanor nodded. "Hope is a beautiful choice. It suggests someone who has known difficulty but still believes in possibilities." As he began carving, Eleanor told him stories. She spoke of the year she carved 50 tiny pumpkins to create an entire fairy village, a place so magical children left offerings, convinced real fairies had moved in. Eleanor told him about a jack-o'-lantern that looked just like her late husband, a comforting shrine for those who missed him. She also shared the story of a famous artist who offered to buy some pumpkins, but she refused, explaining they were part of a larger, magical whole. The creature found deep focus in the work. He started with the eyes, carving them oval with a hopeful, upward tilt. He then created a small, simple nose, carefully balancing the face's features. Finally, he carved the mouth, not a smile, but a subtle, knowing upturn at the corners, as if sharing a secret. When he finished, Eleanor placed a candle inside. As the flame lit, the creature's jack-o'-lantern came alive, its hopeful expression glowing. "It's perfect," the creature breathed. And it was not perfect in a technical sense, but perfect in how it captured the quiet confidence and gentle optimism he had hoped to express. "It's you," Eleanor said simply. "It has your spirit. That's what the best art does. It reveals the inner life of its creator." Together, they carried the new jack-o'-lantern to a spot where it fit perfectly, its light joining the others. Eleanor produced 2 cups of hot, fragrant cider. They settled on a wooden bench, surrounded by the warm glow of hundreds of faces. "I come here every Halloween night," Eleanor said, "to tend the garden and keep the lights burning bright. It's a vigil for the magic of the season." Each jack-o'-lantern, she explained, represents hope and imagination. "Don't people find it strange?" the creature asked. Eleanor's eyes twinkled. "Oh, people have theories. Some say it's haunted or maintained by fairies. The children love the magic pumpkin place, and adults who still believe in magic understand it's special." As the night deepened, more visitors arrived. A family with young children came first, whispering in wonder as they pointed at their favorite carved faces. The creature expected to feel anxious, but the garden's magic made him feel peaceful. Children weren't afraid. They saw him as part of the magic. One little girl asked if he had made a pumpkin. "I helped," he said, pointing to his hopeful creation. "It's beautiful," she said. "It looks like it knows something happy is going to happen." Her words filled him with warmth. As the evening went on, more visitors arrived, teenagers, an elderly couple, and college students. Their initial cynicism or curiosity turned to awe. Eleanor moved among them, a gracious hostess, refilling candles and offering cider, her movements full of satisfaction. The creature became her co-guardian. His keen eyes spotted candles that had gone out, and his hands carefully relit them. He gently lifted children to see over the crowd and helped tired elderly visitors find a stool. His presence, initially startling, quickly became welcomed. People began to smile, recognizing him as a keeper of this special, magical place. "Excuse me," a middle-aged woman approached him as he was adjusting a candle that had shifted in its pumpkin home. "Could you tell me about this one?" She gestured to an elaborately carved jack-o'-lantern that displayed a scene of a forest at moonlight, complete with tiny deer picked out in delicate detail and trees whose branches seemed to sway in the candlelight. "Eleanor carved this one 3 years ago," the creature replied, his voice growing more confident with each interaction. "She said it was inspired by a dream she had about a magical forest where all the woodland creatures gathered on Halloween night to share stories and celebrate the turning of the season. If you look closely, you can see rabbits hiding among the tree roots, and there's even a tiny owl perched in the upper branches." The woman leaned closer, her eyes widening as she discovered each hidden detail. "It's incredible," she breathed, "the amount of work, the patience it must have taken, and it's all just given freely for people to enjoy." "That's what makes it beautiful," the creature said, surprising himself with the wisdom in his own words. "Art shared freely multiplies rather than diminishes. Every person who sees it and feels wonder adds to its power rather than taking from it." As the evening wore on, the creature found himself answering more questions, sharing stories Eleanor had told him, even offering his own observations about the different jack-o'-lanterns and their unique personalities. With growing amazement, he realized that people were actually seeking him out, recognizing him as a knowledgeable guide who could enhance their experience of the garden. A teenage boy, probably around 16, and trying to look unimpressed by the childish Halloween display, found himself drawn to the section where the more artistic and complex carvings were displayed. He stopped before a jack-o'-lantern that showed a phoenix rising from stylized flames, its wings spread wide and its expression magnificent and fierce. "That's an unusual design for a pumpkin," the boy commented, his tone carefully neutral but his eyes betraying his genuine fascination. "Eleanor says that Halloween is about transformation," the creature replied thoughtfully, "about things becoming other than what they started as. A simple pumpkin becomes art, darkness becomes light, fear becomes wonder. The phoenix seemed like a natural symbol for that kind of magical change." The teenager nodded slowly, his pretense of disinterest gradually falling away. "I never thought about Halloween that way," he admitted. "I always just thought it was about scary stuff and getting candy. Those things are part of it too," the creature said with a gentle smile. "But I think the heart of it is about celebrating the mysterious, the magical, the possibility that ordinary things might be more extraordinary than they appear. That ordinary people might be more extraordinary than they appear." The boy looked at him with new interest, perhaps hearing something in those words that resonated with his own experience of feeling different, of not quite fitting into expected categories. "Did you make any of these?" The creature led him to his hopeful jack-o'-lantern, still glowing steadily among its companions. "This is my first one," he said, and there was no shame in his voice, only quiet pride and satisfaction. The teenager studied it carefully, taking in the subtle expression, the way the candlelight played through the carved features. "It looks optimistic," he said finally, "like it's waiting for something good to happen." "Exactly," the creature replied, pleased that his artistic intention had been so clearly understood. Sometimes the most radical thing you can do is maintain hope, especially when hope seems difficult or unreasonable. As midnight approached, the garden began to settle into a quieter rhythm. The families with young children started to drift away, little ones becoming tired despite their excitement, parents carrying sleepy toddlers who had finally succumbed to the lateness of the hour and the hypnotic effect of so much gentle dancing light. The teenagers lingered longer, some of them sitting on benches or cross-legged on the gravel paths, clearly reluctant to leave this magical space and return to the ordinary world. Eleanor moved through the garden one final time, checking each jack-o'-lantern, making sure the candles were secure and would burn safely through the remaining hours of the night. The creature accompanied her, learning the routine that would become familiar to him in the nights to come, which candles needed replacing, which jack-o'-lanterns required adjustment, how to bank the flames so they would burn low and steady rather than bright and quickly. "Tomorrow night will be even busier," Eleanor said as they worked together in comfortable companionship. Word spreads about the garden every year, and Halloween Eve always brings the largest crowds. But tonight felt special, didn't it? There was something different in the air, something particularly magical. The creature nodded, understanding that the difference had been his own presence, his own participation in the garden's life and purpose. For the first time in his long existence, he had been not just an observer of human community, but an active participant, someone whose contributions were valued and whose presence was welcomed. As they completed their circuit of the garden, Eleanor and the creature found themselves once again at the bench where they had sat earlier, now alone, except for the glowing faces of hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns keeping their patient vigil. The candles had burned lower, casting everything in a softer, more intimate light, and the night air had grown cooler, carrying the promise of winter still months away but already stirring in the seasonal cycle. "Thank you," the creature said quietly, his voice carrying depths of gratitude that went far beyond simple politeness, "for tonight, for letting me be part of this, for showing me what it feels like to belong somewhere, to contribute something meaningful to the world." Eleanor smiled, and in the candlelight her face seemed ageless, as if she were connected to some timeless source of wisdom and compassion. "Thank you for being here, for sharing your gifts with the garden and its visitors. You have a natural talent for this work, you know. Not just the carving, though that was beautifully done for a first attempt, but the way you interacted with people, the way you helped them see and appreciate what was here. There's something about your presence that makes the magic more accessible, more real." She paused, looking around at the glowing garden, at the jack-o'-lanterns that seemed to nod approval in the gentle night breeze. "This place needs someone to help care for it, especially as it continues to grow, and I think," she turned to look at him directly, her eyes warm with invitation and hope. "I think you understand what this garden is really about. It's not just about Halloween, or pumpkins, or even art. It's about creating beauty where others might see only ordinary things. It's about showing that different can be wonderful, that unusual can be magical, that everyone deserves a place where they belong." The creature felt something warm and unfamiliar unfurling in his chest, a feeling he thought he might call home, might call belonging, might call purpose. "Could I? Would it be possible for me to come back? Perhaps to help tend the garden on a more regular basis?" "I was hoping you might ask that," Eleanor said, her smile radiant with pleasure and relief. "This place has been waiting for you, I think. Waiting for someone who understands what it means to be different, to be misunderstood, but to carry beauty inside nonetheless. Waiting for someone whose hands can create wonder and whose heart can appreciate the magic in simple things." They spent the next hour walking slowly through the garden, Eleanor pointing out different areas and explaining their care and maintenance. She showed him the storage shed hidden behind the farthest hill, where extra pumpkins waited in cool darkness for their turn to become art. The shed was larger than it appeared from outside, filled with carefully organized supplies, carving tools of every description, candles and lanterns, fertilizer and gardening equipment, even a small workbench where intricate designs could be planned and templates created. She explained about the compost system that turned carved pumpkin remains into rich soil for next year's crop, about the irrigation network that kept the plants healthy during the growing season, about the greenhouse where seedlings were started each spring and where the most delicate varieties were protected from harsh weather. The garden was clearly a year-round operation, requiring constant attention and care, even during the months when it wasn't actively displaying its Halloween magic. "The work isn't just seasonal," Eleanor explained as they examined racks of tools and containers of seeds. "In spring we plant new varieties and tend the seedlings. Summer is about cultivation and growth, making sure the plants have everything they need to produce the best possible pumpkins. Fall is harvest and carving season, when all the year's work comes to fruition. And winter is for planning, for designing new patterns, for preparing for the cycle to begin again." There was a small office area in the shed as well, with a desk covered in notebooks and sketch pads, walls lined with photographs of previous year's displays, and filing cabinets filled with what appeared to be correspondence and records. The creature could see that Eleanor maintained detailed documentation of every aspect of the garden's operation, which varieties grew best, which carving designs were most popular with visitors, which areas of the garden received the most foot traffic and needed additional reinforcement. "I keep track of everything," Eleanor said, noticing his interest in the record-keeping system. "Not because I'm obsessive about data, but because the garden teaches me things every year, and I want to remember those lessons. Which pumpkins are most suitable for different types of carving, how weather patterns affect the growing season, what kinds of designs resonate most deeply with different age groups of visitors." She pulled out a thick notebook filled with sketches and notes, pages covered with designs ranging from simple, traditional faces to elaborate, artistic creations. "This is where new jack-o'-lanterns are born," she said. "Sometimes I see a pumpkin and immediately know what it wants to become. Other times I have an idea for a design and need to find the right pumpkin to execute it, and sometimes visitors suggest ideas that spark new possibilities." The creature studied the sketches with growing fascination, seeing how Eleanor's creative process worked, how she moved from initial concept to finished piece. There were designs he recognized from the garden, but many more that were clearly future projects, ideas waiting for the right moment and the right pumpkin to bring them to life. "Would you like to try designing something?" Eleanor asked, offering him a pencil and a blank page. "It doesn't have to be for immediate carving, it could just be an exercise in imagination, a way of exploring what kinds of expressions appeal to you." The creature accepted the pencil hesitantly, his large fingers feeling clumsy around the small implement. But as he began to sketch, guided more by instinct than by technical skill, he found that his hands could express ideas that his words sometimes struggled to convey. The drawing that emerged was simple but evocative, a face that seemed to be listening intently, ears slightly forward, expression focused and attentive, as if hearing something wonderful in the distance. "A listening jack-o'-lantern," Eleanor said approvingly. "Someone who pays attention to the world around them, who notices things others might miss. I love it. And I think I know exactly the right pumpkin for this design, one that's been waiting all season for someone to recognize its particular qualities." As they prepared to leave the shed and return to the main garden, Eleanor handed him a set of keys, old brass keys that felt warm and substantial in his palm. "These open the shed, the gates, and the small cottage where I keep additional supplies," she said. "Consider yourself officially appointed as assistant guardian of the Halloween garden." The title filled the creature with a pride and sense of purpose he had never experienced before. Assistant guardian, it suggested not just responsibility but belonging, not just work but identity. He was no longer simply a wanderer seeking acceptance. He was someone with a role to play, a contribution to make, a place where he was needed and valued. They returned to the garden to find it peaceful in the deepening night, the last visitors having departed, leaving only the jack-o'-lanterns to maintain their glowing vigil. The candles had burned lower but still provided enough light to navigate the paths and appreciate the carved faces, creating an atmosphere of intimate magic that felt different from the earlier bustle of activity. Eleanor moved through the garden one final time, performing the nightly ritual of checking each jack-o'-lantern, adjusting wicks, replacing candles that had burned too low, making sure everything was secure for the remaining hours of darkness. The creature followed her example, quickly learning the routine that would become as natural to him as breathing in the days and years to come. As they worked together in comfortable silence, the creature reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in the course of a single evening. He had begun the night as a solitary wanderer, someone who existed on the margins of human society, accepted nowhere and belonging to nothing. Now he was part of something larger than himself, a guardian of beauty and magic, someone whose presence enhanced rather than diminished the joy of others. "The garden changes people," Eleanor said softly, as if reading his thoughts. "Visitors often tell me that they leave here feeling different, more hopeful, more connected to the mystery and wonder that exists in ordinary life. But it changes us too, those of us who tend it. It teaches us about patience and creativity, about the satisfaction that comes from work that serves something larger than ourselves." She paused beside his jack-o'-lantern, which continued to glow with steady hope among its companions. "Your pumpkin friend here will burn through the night and welcome tomorrow's visitors with the same optimistic expression you gave it. And tomorrow night you'll be here to tend it and all the others, to help people see the magic that's always present but not always visible." As the cathedral bells in the distant town chimed midnight, marking the official beginning of a new day, Eleanor and the creature completed their rounds and returned to the bench for one final moment of appreciation. The garden stretched around them in all directions, hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns glowing like terrestrial stars, each one a testament to the power of creativity and care to transform simple materials into profound beauty. "Tomorrow will bring new challenges," Eleanor said, settling onto the bench with the contentment of someone ending a day well spent. "More visitors, more candles to tend, probably a few jack-o'-lanterns that need repair or replacement. But also more opportunities to share the magic, more chances to help people discover wonder in unexpected places." The creature nodded, already anticipating the work ahead, not with anxiety, but with eager anticipation. He understood now that he had found not just a place to belong, but a purpose that utilized his unique gifts, his gentleness with children, his patience with detailed work, his understanding of what it meant to be different and still valuable, still capable of creating and contributing beauty to the world. As they sat in companionable silence, watching the candles flicker and dance, listening to the soft whisper of autumn wind through carved pumpkin grins, the creature felt a peace deeper than any he had known in his long existence. The restless wandering that had characterized so many years of his life had finally led him to where he was meant to be, not just accepted but needed, not just tolerated but valued, not just surviving but truly living. Eleanor rose from the bench and gathered her tools, preparing to return to her cottage for a few hours of rest before tomorrow's preparations began. "The garden will be safe with you watching over it," she said, handing him a thermos of hot cider and a warm blanket. "Sometimes I stay the whole night through just to be present with the magic, to maintain the vigil, but I have a feeling you understand that instinct already." The creature accepted the gifts gratefully, understanding that he was being entrusted not just with the practical care of the garden, but with its spiritual guardianship as well. "I'll keep the lights burning," he promised, and the words carried the weight of a sacred vow. Join them on a peaceful Halloween night journey filled with wonder, sweetness, and the comfort of finding your way home together. From the Halloween Sleep Stories collection, Hansel and Gretel's The Pumpkin Portal, a Halloween sleep story. The autumn evening settled like a soft blanket over the village, carrying with it the gentle whisper of October wind through golden leaves. Halloween night had arrived with all its quiet magic, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with possibility. In their cozy cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, Hansel and Gretel sat by the warm glow of the fireplace, watching shadows dance across the walls like friendly spirits. Gretel, now a young woman with hair the color of autumn wheat, carefully arranged small pumpkins along the windowsill. Each one had been carved with delicate care, their faces glowing softly with the light of beeswax candles nestled safely inside. Hansel, tall and gentle-eyed, added dried corn husks and sprigs of rosemary to complete their Halloween display. The cottage smelled of cinnamon and wood smoke, creating an atmosphere of perfect contentment. "Do you remember," Gretel said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of shared memories, "how we used to wonder what lay beyond the deep woods on Halloween night? We would sit right here just like this and imagine all sorts of magical things happening in the darkness." Hansel smiled, settling into the chair beside her. "I remember you always said that Halloween was when the ordinary world grew thin, and wonderful things could slip through from somewhere else entirely." He gazed out the window toward the forest, where moonlight filtered through branches heavy with autumn's last offerings. "Perhaps tonight is perfect for discovering if you were right." As if summoned by their conversation, a peculiar light began to flicker between the trees, not the harsh glare of a lantern, but something altogether more mysterious. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat made of golden flame, growing brighter and dimmer in a rhythm that seemed almost musical. The siblings exchanged glances, each seeing the same quiet excitement reflected in the other's eyes. "Shall we?" Gretel asked, already reaching for her woolen cloak. Without hesitation, Hansel gathered his own coat and a small basket, the same wicker one they had carried as children on their adventures. Some habits, born of love and caution, never truly fade. Together they stepped out into the Halloween night, their breath visible in small puffs of silver vapor. The forest welcomed them like an old friend. Familiar paths that they had walked countless times seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, as if the very earth remembered their footsteps. Overhead, bare branches created intricate patterns against the star-filled sky, and somewhere in the distance an owl called softly to its mate. The mysterious light drew them deeper along winding trails carpeted with leaves that rustled pleasantly underfoot. Each step seemed to take them further from the ordinary world they knew, though neither felt any fear. Instead, there was only a growing sense of anticipation, as if they were approaching something they had been meant to find all along. The light grew stronger as they rounded a bend, and there, in a small clearing they had never seen before despite years of exploring these woods, sat the most magnificent jack-o'-lantern either of them had ever imagined. It was enormous, easily 3 feet tall and perfectly round, with a surface that seemed to shift and shimmer like liquid gold in the moonlight. The carved face was unlike any they had seen before, gentle eyes that seemed almost alive with kindness, and a smile that welcomed them with wordless warmth. "How beautiful," Gretel whispered, approaching slowly. The pumpkin's glow intensified slightly at her nearness, as if responding to her presence. Look at how the light seems to move inside it, almost like it's breathing." Hansel knelt beside the extraordinary gourd, studying its surface with wonder. The carving was exquisite, far too intricate to have been made by any ordinary knife. Delicate vines and leaves wound around the features, and tiny stars seemed to twinkle within the carved patterns. But most remarkable of all was the sensation that emanated from within, a gentle warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with welcome. "It's not just light inside," he observed softly. "Look closer, Gretel. Do you see what I see?" Peering into the jack-o'-lantern's glowing interior, Gretel gasped with delight. Instead of the expected hollow space and candle, there was something that defied explanation, a swirling, luminous vista that seemed to extend far beyond the pumpkin's physical boundaries. Colors shifted and danced like aurora borealis, and through the gentle chaos of light she could make out what appeared to be landscapes of impossible beauty. "It's like looking into another world," she breathed, "or perhaps many worlds." As they watched, transfixed, the swirling lights began to stabilize, revealing a clear view of rolling hills covered in what appeared to be gently swaying grass of the most delicious-looking green. But as their eyes adjusted to the miraculous sight, they realized it wasn't grass at all, it was mint. Acres and acres of chocolate mint growing in perfect rows under a sky the color of butterscotch. "Is that?" Hansel began. "A land made of candy," Gretel finished, her voice filled with wonder rather than disbelief. In this moment, on this Halloween night, anything seemed not only possible but perfectly natural. The jack-o'-lantern's smile seemed to widen slightly, and the opening that had been just large enough to peer through began to expand. The transformation was so gradual and gentle that neither sibling felt alarmed. Instead, they experienced the same sensation as watching a flower bloom in the warmth of spring sunshine. "I think," Gretel said carefully, "it's inviting us in." The opening had grown large enough for a person to step through comfortably, and beyond its threshold lay a path of what appeared to be polished river stones, though each one gleamed with the translucent beauty of hard candy in jewel tones. The butterscotch sky stretched endlessly overhead, painted with wispy clouds that looked suspiciously like spun sugar. Hand in hand, the siblings stepped through the portal. The transition was like stepping from a cool evening into the perfect warmth of late spring, with a sensation so gentle it was barely noticeable. Behind them, the jack-o'-lantern remained open, a comforting reminder that their way home waited whenever they were ready to return. The mint fields stretched out before them, more beautiful than any earthly meadow. Each leaf caught the golden light and released the most wonderful, gentle fragrance, not overpowering, but subtle and refreshing. The chocolate element revealed itself as delicate veining through each mint leaf, creating patterns of rich brown that complemented the vibrant green perfectly. "The air tastes sweet," Hansel observed with delight, taking a deep breath, not cloyingly so, but just enough to make each breath feel like a small gift. They walked slowly along the candy stone path, taking time to admire every detail of this extraordinary realm. Butterflies with wings like stained glass windows fluttered among the mint, and in the distance they could see what appeared to be a grove of trees, bearing fruit in impossible colors, deep purples, electric blues, and soft corals that seemed to glow from within. The path curved gently toward the grove, and as they walked, small details continued to enchant them. Flowers that looked exactly like gumdrops grew in clusters along the pathway, their surfaces catching the light like tiny prisms. A brook ran parallel to their route, its water crystal clear and making the most musical sound as it flowed over what appeared to be a bed of smooth peppermint stones. "Everything here is so perfectly balanced," Gretel observed. "Sweet, but not too sweet, magical, but somehow peaceful." The gumdrop grove welcomed them with arched branches that formed natural doorways between the trees. Each tree was unique. Some bore fruit that looked like enormous gummy bears in rainbow colors. Others were heavy with what appeared to be candy apples that gleamed like rubies in the gentle light. But most remarkable were the trees whose fruit changed slowly as they watched, cycling through different candy forms with dreamy, hypnotic rhythm. Beneath the trees, the ground was carpeted with what looked like moss but felt like the softest marshmallow beneath their feet. Here and there, small clearings opened up, each containing its own wonder, a fountain that bubbled with what appeared to be liquid chocolate, a ring of mushrooms that looked exactly like perfectly crafted lollipops, a small pond whose surface reflected not their faces, but their happiest memories. They settled beside the memory pond, sitting comfortably on a fallen log that had the texture of soft nougat, but provided perfect support. In the water's surface, images swirled and shifted, moments from their childhood, quiet evenings by their cottage fire, morning walks through their familiar forest, all the small joys that had filled their lives with contentment. How lovely that even in a magical place like this, it's our ordinary happiness that the magic chooses to show us, Gretel said softly. Hansel nodded, watching as the pond showed them last Christmas morning, when they had sat together watching snow fall through their window. Perhaps the most profound magic lies in recognizing the wonder that already exists in our daily lives. As they sat in comfortable contemplation, a gentle path of light appeared in the water, leading away from the grove toward what looked like rolling hills in the distance. Without any sense of urgency, they rose and followed this new route, walking unhurriedly through landscapes that shifted and evolved around them with dreamlike fluidity. They passed through the caramel canyons, where warm, golden cliffs rose on either side of their path, smooth as silk and glowing with inner light. The air here was warm and carried the scent of vanilla and brown sugar, while small caves in the canyon walls revealed interiors lined with what looked like crystallized honey. From the canyons, their path led to the Jelly Bean Junction, where thousands of paths made of different colored jelly beans branched in every direction. But rather than feeling lost or overwhelmed, they found that their feet seemed to know exactly which path to follow, one that spiraled gently upward through rainbow-colored hills toward a destination they could sense but not yet see. The chocolate chip meadows spread out before them next, vast fields where every blade of grass was a delicate tendril of white chocolate, dotted with morsels of the finest dark chocolate that caught the butterscotch sunlight like tiny jewels. Here they encountered the first inhabitants of this candy realm, small friendly creatures that looked like rabbits made of marzipan, their eyes kind and intelligent. The marzipan rabbits hopped alongside them for a while, communicating not with words but with a sense of gentle companionship. One particularly small one, with ears the color of strawberry cream, seemed to be trying to show them something. It would hop ahead, look back to ensure they were following, then continue to a specific spot where it would sit and wait patiently. Following their guide, they discovered the entrance to what could only be described as the licorice labyrinth. Tall walls of black licorice, glossy and perfectly smooth, formed intricate pathways that curved and branched in patterns too complex to follow with the eye. The entrance was marked by an archway of twisted red and black licorice ropes, and beyond it the paths glowed softly with their own gentle light. The strawberry cream rabbit hopped to the entrance and looked back at them with what seemed remarkably like concern in its candy eyes. It chittered softly, a sound like distant wind chimes, and gestured with one small paw toward the labyrinth's depths. "I think our friend is trying to warn us about something," Gretel said thoughtfully, "though I can't imagine what could be dangerous in such a peaceful place." As they approached the labyrinth, they noticed that the air around it felt different, not threatening, but somehow more compelling. The sweet scent of licorice was stronger here, more concentrated, and there was something about it that made them want to continue forward, even as a small voice in the back of their minds suggested caution. "The scent is lovely," Hansel admitted, "but perhaps almost too lovely. Do you notice how it seems to make everything else fade into the background?" Gretel nodded slowly. Indeed, as they stood at the labyrinth's entrance, the beautiful landscapes they had just traversed seemed somehow less vivid, less important than exploring these twisting corridors of glossy black walls. Even the butterscotch sky seemed dimmer in comparison to the enticing glow that emanated from within the maze. The marzipan rabbit hopped nervously from foot to foot, clearly wanting them to understand something important. Finally, it ran to a nearby patch of what looked like licorice flowers and began to eat them with obvious enthusiasm. But after just a few bites, its movements became sluggish, its eyes glazed, and it seemed to forget entirely why it had been trying to communicate with them. Instead, it simply sat among the flowers, contentedly munching and paying no attention to anything else. "Oh," Gretel said with sudden understanding, "it's not dangerous, it's enchanting, but perhaps too enchanting. I think this labyrinth might be designed to make visitors want to stay forever, content to do nothing but enjoy the sweetness." Hansel studied the maze with new eyes, noticing details he had missed before. The walls weren't just beautiful, they were perfect in a way that made him want to reach out and touch them, to taste them, to lose himself in their gleaming surfaces. The very air seemed designed to make rational thought more difficult, to replace careful consideration with simple, overwhelming desire. "A place of lovely imprisonment," he murmured. But we have a choice, don't we? We could turn back now and continue exploring the other realms we saw from the pumpkin portal. They stood together at the threshold, feeling the labyrinth's subtle pull, while simultaneously recognizing their freedom to choose. It was, they realized, rather like many situations in ordinary life, the presence of something compelling that offered immediate pleasure while potentially preventing them from experiencing the fuller richness of their complete journey. But perhaps, Gretel suggested gently, we could explore it together, keeping each other mindful of why we came and where we wish to return. If we remember that this is just one stop on our adventure, and if we help each other maintain that perspective, we might discover its wonders without losing ourselves to its enchantment. The marzipan rabbit, still dreamily munching licorice flowers, provided a useful reminder of what could happen to solitary travelers who ventured into the maze without a companion to help them remember their larger purpose. But Hansel and Gretel had always been stronger together than apart, each one's clarity supporting the other when confusion arose. Hand in hand they entered the licorice labyrinth. Immediately, the intensity of the sweet fragrance increased, and the glossy walls seemed to reflect not just their images, but their deepest desires for comfort and contentment. In the shining surfaces, they could see themselves sitting peacefully in a garden of licorice trees with no responsibilities, no concerns, nothing to do but enjoy endless sweetness. Beautiful, Hansel murmured, then caught himself and squeezed Gretel's hand. But remember, we came here to explore and discover, not to stop and settle. Yes, Gretel agreed, though she too had to pull her attention away from the hypnotic reflections. And remember how good it felt to help that little rabbit understand what was happening. There may be others here who could benefit from our company. They walked slowly through the labyrinth's winding passages, each turn revealing new wonders. Some walls were studded with licorice gems that caught the light like stars. Others were carved with intricate patterns that seemed to move and shift when viewed directly. Occasionally, they passed alcoves containing fountains of liquid licorice that bubbled pleasantly, or small gardens where licorice plants grew in impossible formations, spirals and knots and geometric patterns that would have been at home in the most sophisticated mathematical art. The deeper they went, the more dreamlike everything became. Time seemed to stretch and compress unpredictably. Sometimes they felt as though they had been walking for hours, and other times it seemed they had just entered. The paths multiplied and branched in ways that defied logic, yet somehow their joined hands and shared purpose kept them oriented. "Do you notice," Gretel said thoughtfully, "how the labyrinth keeps trying to separate our paths? Each branch seems designed to appeal to one of us more than the other." Indeed, Hansel had observed that some corridors seemed to glow more brightly for him, calling to his particular interests and desires, while others clearly held greater appeal for Gretel. The maze appeared to be designed to gradually lead companions apart, each following their individual attraction until they found themselves alone and fully susceptible to the enchantment. But we don't have to follow those individual calls, Hansel realized. We can choose the paths that appeal to both of us, or take turns choosing while the other provides perspective. This discovery transformed their journey through the labyrinth from a potentially concerning adventure into a delightful game. When they encountered a branching path, they would pause and discuss what they observed. Sometimes they would choose the route that called to both of them equally. Other times, one would select a path, while the other served as gentle guardian, ready to remind their companion of their broader purpose if the enchantment grew too strong. In this way, they explored corridors of red licorice that tasted of strawberries and summer, passages lined with rainbow licorice that shifted through every flavor imaginable, and chambers where licorice sculptures told stories in their twisted forms. They discovered hidden gardens where licorice vines grew in living tapestries, and small theaters where shadow play performers acted out tales using light and licorice screens. At the heart of the labyrinth, they found something unexpected, not a treasure or a trap, but a simple, comfortable room furnished with chairs made of woven licorice rope and a table holding a tea service of the most delicate spun sugar. Sitting at the table was a figure they recognized from childhood stories, though she appeared quite different from the frightening character they remembered. The witch, for that's certainly who she was, looked more like a kindly grandmother than a figure of menace. Her hair was silver white like spun sugar, and her dress appeared to be woven from the finest licorice threads in shades of deep purple and midnight blue. Her eyes held the accumulated wisdom of centuries, and her smile was genuinely warm. "Welcome, dear children," she said in a voice like honey and herbs. "I've been hoping someone would find their way here without losing themselves entirely to my labyrinth's embrace." Hansel and Gretel exchanged glances, feeling no fear, only curiosity. "Your labyrinth?" Gretel asked politely. "Did you create all this?" The witch nodded, gesturing for them to sit. The licorice chairs proved remarkably comfortable, supporting them perfectly while remaining pleasantly flexible. "Long ago, when I was much younger and perhaps not quite so wise, I created this realm as a place where people could experience pure sweetness, unlimited pleasure, freedom from all the difficulties of ordinary life." She poured tea for them from a pot that appeared to be made of crystallized ginger, the liquid steaming and fragrant with spices that reminded them of autumn evenings and festive celebrations. But I discovered that I had created a trap as much as a gift. People would come here seeking temporary escape and find themselves unable to leave, not because they were imprisoned, but because they lost the desire to return to their real lives. The tea was extraordinarily warm and complex, tasting of cinnamon and cardamom, nutmeg and star anise, but underneath all the spices was something deeper, something that tasted remarkably like the comfort of home and the satisfaction of meaningful work accomplished. "Like the rabbit we saw at the entrance," Hansel observed, "perfectly content, but no longer truly alive in the fullest sense." "Exactly," the witch agreed sadly. "My creation had become a place where people could exist but not truly live. They would have every physical comfort but lose the experiences that give life its deepest meaning, growth, challenge, the joy of overcoming difficulties, the sweetness that comes from contrast with life's occasional bitterness. She stood and walked to a window made of clear sugar glass, gazing out over her realm. For decades, I've been trying to solve this problem. I realize that the enchantment works by isolating people, by making them forget their connections to others and their purposes beyond immediate pleasure. But you two, you've shown me something I hadn't considered. What's that? Gretel asked gently. That the antidote to isolating enchantment might be genuine companionship. You've walked through my entire labyrinth without losing yourselves because you kept each other grounded. You've experienced all its pleasures without being consumed by them because you remembered you had somewhere to return to and someone to share your experiences with. The witch turned back to them, her expression bright with hope. Would you be willing to help me transform this place, not to destroy it, but to make it truly beneficial? A place people could visit for renewal and joy, but from which they would naturally want to return to their real lives, carrying some of the sweetness back with them. Without hesitation, both siblings nodded. The request felt like a natural extension of their journey, an opportunity to use what they had learned for the benefit of others. Working together, they spent what felt like hours, or perhaps days, for time moved strangely in the candy realm, redesigning the labyrinth. The witch's magic was considerable, but it had been shaped by centuries of solitude. Hansel and Gretel brought to the task their understanding of companionship, their knowledge of what it meant to explore and return, to venture and come home. They created resting spots throughout the maze where the enchantment was gentler, places where visitors could sit and remember their reasons for eventually leaving. They established a rule that no one could enter the labyrinth alone. Companionship became a requirement, ensuring that every visitor would have someone to help them maintain perspective. Most importantly, they redesigned the center of the labyrinth. Instead of a place where people might choose to remain forever, it became a space for understanding and integration. Visitors would arrive at the heart of the maze not to stay, but to reflect on what they had experienced and how they could carry the best of it back into their ordinary lives. The tea service remained, but now it served a different purpose. The special tea which they learned was brewed from herbs of memory and intention, helped visitors integrate their journey through the sweet realm with their understanding of their real lives' richness and complexity. Perfect balance, the witch declared when their work was complete. Now this realm can offer what I originally intended: genuine sweetness, temporary escape, renewal and joy, without trapping people away from their true destinies. As a thank you gift, she presented them with a small pouch of the special tea blend. For your own moments when you need to remember the sweetness that exists alongside life's other experiences, she explained, and as a reminder of what you've accomplished here. But their most important gift was the knowledge of how they had transformed a place of potential imprisonment into one of genuine hospitality. They had learned that the difference between healthy pleasure and consuming addiction often lay not in the pleasure itself, but in whether it was experienced in isolation or in connection with others and with one's larger purpose. As they prepared to leave the labyrinth's heart, the witch made one final gesture. She touched the walls around them, and suddenly every passage in the maze became visible from where they stood, a vast, beautiful pattern that made perfect sense when viewed from this central perspective. The labyrinth was never meant to confuse, she explained. It was meant to be explored with trust that every path ultimately leads to understanding. But that's only true if you don't lose sight of the whole journey, of which each individual path is just one part. They found their way out of the labyrinth easily now, the paths seeming to guide them naturally toward the exit. The marzipan rabbit was still there, still contentedly munching licorice flowers, but when it saw them, it seemed to remember its original purpose. It hopped over to them, nuzzled their hands in thanks, and then bounded away toward what appeared to be a small door in the base of a nearby licorice tree, presumably its way home to whatever realm marzipan rabbits called their own. Retracing their steps through the candy lands felt like reviewing a wonderful dream. Everything was exactly as they had left it, but somehow their perception had deepened. The chocolate chip meadows seemed not just beautiful but symbolically rich, representing how the sweetest moments in life were often those that arrived unexpectedly, scattered like gifts throughout the ordinary landscape of daily experience. The caramel canyons reminded them of how patience and the slow work of time could transform simple ingredients into something complex and wonderful. The Jelly Bean Junction represented the infinite possibilities available at every moment, while the Gumdrop Grove spoke to the way different approaches to life could coexist in perfect harmony. Even the mint fields at the realm's entrance had new meaning now, the refreshing clarity that came from stepping outside routine, from viewing familiar things from a new perspective, from allowing themselves to be surprised by beauty in unexpected places. The jack-o'-lantern waited for them exactly as they had left it, its welcoming smile unchanged. But before stepping through the portal back to their own world, they paused to look once more at the candy realm they were leaving. "We could stay," Gretel observed quietly. The witch's invitation to help her improve the realm was genuine. "We could spend our lives here, doing meaningful work in a place of constant beauty." "We could," Hansel agreed, "and perhaps someday we'll return for longer visits, but right now our home is calling us back. There are small adventures waiting in our own forest, quiet joys in our own cottage, and probably neighbors who could benefit from what we've learned about the value of companionship in navigating life's sweeter temptations." They stepped through the pumpkin portal together, emerging into the familiar October night of their own world. Behind them, the jack-o'-lantern's opening gradually diminished until it was once again just large enough to provide a glimpse of the wonders within, available for future visits, but not dominating their present moment. The walk home through their familiar forest felt like the perfect conclusion to their adventure. Every tree, every path, Every stone seemed enriched by what they had experienced. The ordinary world hadn't become less magical. Instead, their capacity to perceive its existing magic had expanded. Back in their cottage, they prepared cups of the special tea the witch had given them, adding it to their regular evening blend. The result was extraordinary, all the comfort and familiarity of their usual tea, enhanced by subtle notes of adventure and expanded possibility. "Tomorrow," Gretel said as they sat by their fire, watching shadows dance on the walls, "we should visit the Hendersons down the lane, Mrs. Henderson has been so sad since her husband died, spending all her time alone with her memories. Perhaps she would enjoy hearing about our adventure, and maybe she'd like to share some tea with us. And young Thomas from the mill has been having trouble with those boys who keep pressuring him to skip work and spend all day at the tavern." Hansel added, "He might benefit from hearing about the value of good companionship when facing attractive temptations." They sat in comfortable silence, each thinking about how the lessons of their magical journey might enrich their ordinary lives and the lives of those around them. The adventure had been wonderful not because it offered escape from reality, but because it had given them new eyes with which to see the richness that already surrounded them. Outside their window, the jack-o'-lantern continued to glow softly among the trees, no longer mysterious and unknown, but familiar, now a friend waiting for their next visit, a reminder of wonders always available to those who chose to seek them, but never so compelling as to overshadow the wonders of home. As Halloween night deepened into the gentle hours of early morning, Hansel and Gretel prepared for bed with hearts full of gratitude. They had been reminded that the most profound magic often lay not in escaping from ordinary life, but in learning to perceive and enhance the extraordinary elements already woven throughout their daily experience. The adventure had taught them that sweetness was most delicious when balanced with the full range of life's flavors, that pleasure was most satisfying when shared with others, and that the greatest magic of all was the simple, profound gift of companionship, someone to explore with, someone to remember with, someone to come home with when the adventure was complete. In the morning, they would wake to find their cottage filled with the lingering fragrance of their magical tea, and outside their window, the jack-o'-lantern would rest peacefully among the autumn leaves, ready to offer new adventures when the time was right, but content to wait while they lived fully in the beautiful, ordinary magic of each new day. And so they drifted into sleep, two people who had ventured into a realm of unlimited sweetness and chosen to return home, carrying with them not just memories of magic, but a deeper appreciation for the sweetness that had always been available in their own world, the sweetness of home, of meaningful work, of caring for others, and of the profound comfort that came from facing life's adventures together. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, a Halloween sleep story, the gentle scholar's autumn evening. The amber light of October's late afternoon filtered through the tall windows of the one-room schoolhouse, casting long, gentle rectangles across the worn wooden floor. Ichabod Crane set down his quill with the careful precision that marked all his movements, watching as the last golden drops of ink settled into the page where he had been recording the day's lessons. Outside, the ancient maples that surrounded Sleepy Hollow swayed in a breeze so soft it barely stirred the curtains. It was Halloween evening, though in this peaceful hollow the day carried none of the frantic energy one might expect. Instead, there was something profoundly serene about the approaching dusk, as if the very air itself had slowed to match the drowsy contentment that seemed to emanate from every weathered stone and moss-covered fence post in the valley. Ichabod rose from his desk, his tall, lean frame unfolding like a piece of parchment being carefully opened. At 32, he had found his rhythm in this place, teaching the children of Dutch farmers during the day, and in the evenings, allowing himself to wander the quiet lanes and hidden paths that wound through the hollow like the chapters of a beloved, well-worn book. He gathered his few belongings, a leather satchel containing a slim volume of poetry, a wooden flute that had belonged to his grandfather, and a small brass lantern that he rarely needed to light. So familiar had he become with every root and stone in his adopted home. The schoolhouse door closed behind him with a soft whisper, and he paused on the threshold to breathe in the rich, loamy scent of autumn. The path that led from the schoolhouse meandered alongside a brook that babbled with the voice of centuries. Ichabod had walked this way hundreds of times, but tonight something felt different, not alarming, but quietly magical, as if the ordinary world had put on its finest clothes for Halloween evening. The water caught the last rays of sunlight and threw them back in gentle sparkles, each one lasting just long enough to register in his vision before dissolving into the next. He decided to take the longer route home, the one that wound past the old Van Tassel farm and through the grove of ancient oaks that the locals called the Cathedral Grove, for the way their branches intertwined overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a church. As he walked, his footsteps fell into the steady rhythm that had become as natural to him as breathing left, right, each step a small meditation in itself. The farmhouses he passed glowed with warm yellow light, and through their windows he could see families gathering around dinner tables, their faces soft with contentment in the lamplight. Smoke rose straight up from chimneys in the still air, carrying with it the mingled scents of applewood fires and roasting chestnuts. Mrs. Vanderberg waved to him from her garden where she was harvesting the last of the season's pumpkins, their orange surfaces so perfectly round they looked like small suns that had decided to rest among the dying vines. "Good evening, Master Crane," she called, her voice carrying the gentle accent of her Dutch heritage. "Fine night for a walk, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, Mrs. Vanderberg," Ichabod replied, tipping his hat politely. "The air seems to shimmer tonight, as if the very autumn itself is dreaming." She laughed, a sound like wind chimes on a summer evening. "You scholars see magic where the rest of us just see weather. But I won't disagree, there's something special about Halloween in our little hollow." As he continued on his way, Ichabod reflected on her words. Perhaps it was true that his scholarly nature made him more inclined to notice the subtle enchantments that others might overlook. But surely anyone with eyes to see would notice how the evening light seemed to linger longer than usual, how the shadows fell not harsh and angular but soft and welcoming, like dark velvet cushions placed precisely where a weary traveller might wish to rest. The path began to climb gently as it approached the cathedral grove, and Ichabod's breathing deepened to match the increased effort. But it was not an unpleasant exertion, rather, it felt like his body was naturally synchronizing with the rhythm of the earth itself, his heartbeat echoing the slow pulse of sap in the ancient trees. As he entered the grove, the world transformed. The massive oak trees rose around him like the pillars of a natural cathedral, their trunks so wide that 3 men holding hands could not encircle them. Their branches met overhead in a complex tapestry of wood and leaf that filtered the dying light into patterns of gold and amber and deep forest green. The air was cooler here, and thick with the scent of moss and old wood and the sweet decay of leaves returning to earth. Ichabod paused in the center of the grove, where a natural clearing formed a perfect circle. He had discovered this spot early in his time at Sleepy Hollow, and it had become his favorite place for quiet contemplation. Tonight, as if in honor of Halloween, the clearing seemed to glow with its own gentle light, though he could not identify its source. He settled himself on a fallen log that formed a natural bench, worn smooth by weather and time. From his satchel, he withdrew the small wooden flute and held it thoughtfully in his long fingers. The instrument had been his grandfather's, and before that, his great-grandfather's, a simple thing of maple wood, darkened with age and smooth from generations of handling. The first notes that emerged were soft and low, barely more than whispers of sound that seemed to blend naturally with the evening breeze in the leaves overhead. He played no particular melody, instead allowing the music to flow from some deep, wordless place within him, each note finding its way to the next as naturally as water finds its way downhill. As the gentle music drifted through the grove, Ichabod became aware that he was not alone, but the presence he sensed carried no threat or unease. Instead, it felt ancient and benevolent, like the watchful care of the forest itself. In his peripheral vision he caught glimpses of movement among the trees, but when he looked directly, there was nothing there save the play of light and shadow. He continued to play, and gradually the movements became clearer, though no less mysterious. Will-o'-the-wisps danced between the oak trunks, tiny lights no larger than fireflies, but with a steady, unwavering glow that spoke of something far older than any mere insect. They moved in slow, graceful spirals, weaving patterns in the air that seemed to follow the contours of his music. One of the lights drifted closer, hovering just at the edge of his vision like a curious listener. Ichabod found himself smiling as he played, adjusting his melody to welcome this ethereal audience. The light pulsed gently in response, and soon others joined it, until he was surrounded by a constellation of tiny stars, each one swaying gently to the rhythm of his flute. Time seemed to stretch and fold in on itself within the grove. Minutes could have been hours, or perhaps hours were compressed into minutes. Ichabod found that it no longer mattered. The music flowed through him and around him, connecting him to something vast and timeless, while the will-o'-the-wisps danced their ancient dance among the cathedral pillars of the oaks. When at last he lowered the flute, the lights lingered for a moment longer, as if reluctant to break the spell that had woven itself around the clearing. Then, one by one, they drifted away into the deeper shadows of the forest, leaving only their memory and a sense of profound peace that settled over Ichabod like a warm blanket. He packed the flute carefully back into his satchel and rose from the log, his joints pleasantly stiff from sitting so long in contemplation. The light had faded while he played, and now the grove was filled with the deep blue shadows of true dusk. But his feet knew the path so well that he needed no lantern to guide him, and besides, there seemed to be a gentle luminescence in the air itself, as if the Halloween evening had its own subtle source of illumination. As he emerged from the cathedral grove, the path descended toward the heart of Sleepy Hollow, where the old Dutch church stood, surrounded by its peaceful cemetery. This was the place that gave the hollow its name, for it was said that the dead rested so peacefully here that their slumber cast a drowsy spell over the entire valley. Tonight, the weathered headstones seemed to glow with their own soft light, and the ancient church bells stirred gently in the breeze, creating the faintest whisper of music. Ichabod had never been one to fear cemeteries to his scholarly mind. They were simply libraries of stories, each headstone a brief chapter in the long history of the hollow. Tonight, as he walked slowly along the winding path that led between the graves, he felt an even deeper sense of connection to the generations who had lived and loved and finally come to rest in this peaceful place. The headstones bore names both familiar and forgotten: Van der Berg, Van Tassel, Knickerbocker, and dozens of others whose descendants still farmed the rich soil of the hollow. Each grave was tended with care, surrounded by late-blooming chrysanthemums and decorated with small pumpkins and gourds, the traditional Halloween offerings of remembrance. At the center of the cemetery stood the oldest grave of all, its headstone so weathered that the inscription was barely legible. But Ichabod had studied it many times with his scholar's attention to detail, and he knew it marked the resting place of the hollow's first settler, a Dutch farmer who had arrived in the valley more than a century ago and declared it the most peaceful place on earth. Tonight, a single white candle burned beside this ancient grave, its flame steady and unwavering despite the gentle breeze. Ichabod had never seen a candle there before, and he wondered who might have placed it. But the mystery was a gentle one, and he felt no need to solve it instead. He simply stood for a moment in quiet appreciation of the unknown person who had chosen to honor the hollow's founding father on this Halloween evening. The church itself was a simple structure of weathered stone and dark wood, its bell tower rising like a prayer into the star-filled sky. The heavy wooden door stood slightly ajar, and from within came the faintest glow of candlelight. Curious but unhurried, Ichabod approached the entrance and peered inside. The interior of the church was empty of people but full of a warm, golden light that seemed to emanate from dozens of votive candles placed throughout the space. Someone, perhaps the minister, or maybe a group of devoted parishioners, had prepared the church for Halloween in the old tradition, lighting candles to welcome any spirits who might wish to join in peaceful contemplation. Ichabod stepped inside, his footsteps echoing softly in the hushed space. The pews were worn smooth by generations of worshippers, and the air carried the mingled scents of old wood, candle wax, and the lingering fragrance of autumn flowers. He made his way to a pew near the front and settled himself comfortably, allowing the profound peace of the place to wash over him. In the flickering candlelight, the church's simple decorations took on a magical quality. Corn stalks were bundled in the corners, their dry leaves rustling with the faintest whisper of sound. Pumpkins and gourds of every size and shape created a colorful display along the altar rail, while garlands of autumn leaves draped the windows and doorways. It was clear that the people of Sleepy Hollow had prepared their church not for Halloween as a night of fear and fright, but as a celebration of the peaceful transition from autumn into winter. As he sat in quiet meditation, Ichabod became aware of a presence beside him, but this was not the ethereal magic of the willow, the wisps. This felt distinctly human, warm and familiar. He turned slowly and found himself looking at an elderly woman he did not recognize, though her face had the kindly, weathered appearance of someone who had spent many years in the hollow. She was dressed in the traditional Dutch clothing of the region's early settlers, but her garments seemed to shimmer slightly in the candlelight, as if woven from moonbeams and memories. Her eyes were bright and kind, and when she smiled at him, Ichabod felt a warmth spread through his chest like the comfort of hot cider on a cold evening. "You have a musician's soul, young scholar," she said, her voice carrying the soft accent of old Holland. "I heard your flute song in the grove. It reminded me of the lullabies my grandmother sang to me in the old country." "Thank you," Ichabod replied softly, instinctively matching her quiet tone. "I didn't realize anyone was listening." "Oh, there are always listeners in the hollow," she said with a gentle laugh. "Some you can see, and some you cannot, but all are drawn to beauty when it appears. Your music tonight was a gift to all who heard it." They sat together in comfortable silence for several minutes, watching the candle flames dance and flicker in the peaceful sanctuary. Finally, the woman turned to him again. "It is Halloween," she said, "a night when the veil between worlds grows thin. But here in Sleepy Hollow, that has never been cause for fear. The spirits that walk tonight are those who loved this place in life and cannot bear to leave it entirely behind. They bring only blessings and peaceful dreams." As she spoke, Ichabod became aware of other presences in the church, not visible exactly, but felt, like the warmth of a hearth or the comfort of a favorite chair. The pews around them seemed to hold the gentle impressions of all the generations who had worshipped here, their collective peace creating an atmosphere of profound serenity. "I have lived in many places," Ichabod said quietly, "but never anywhere that felt so much like home. That is the gift of the hollow," the woman replied. "It recognizes kindred souls and draws them close. You belong here, young scholar, as surely as the oaks belong in the grove, and the brook belongs in its bed." When Ichabod looked again, the woman was gone, leaving only the lingering scent of lavender and old roses. But he felt no surprise or alarm at her disappearance. It seemed as natural as the fading of daylight or the changing of the seasons. In Sleepy Hollow, on Halloween evening, The impossible became possible, and the magical became mundane. He remained in the church for a while longer, basking in the warmth of the candles and the profound peace that seemed to radiate from every stone and board. When at last he rose to leave, he moved slowly and quietly, reluctant to disturb the sacred atmosphere with any unnecessary sound. Outside, the night had fully settled over the hollow, but it was not a darkness that brought unease. Instead, the moonlight that filtered through the clouds seemed to make everything glow with a soft silver luminescence. The path that led from the church wound through a small copse of birch trees whose white bark gleamed like candles in the gentle light. As he walked, Ichabod found himself thinking about the mysterious woman in the church and her words about spirits who could not bear to leave the hollow. The idea filled him not with fear but with a deep sense of belonging. If the hollow was so beautiful that even the dead wished to linger, then surely it was exactly where he was meant to be. The path eventually led to the covered bridge that spanned the brook at the hollow's narrowest point. The bridge was old, built of weathered wood that had darkened with age and covered with a peaked roof that sheltered travelers from rain and snow. During the day it was simply a useful piece of architecture, but at night, especially on Halloween, it took on an air of mystery and romance. Ichabod paused at the bridge's entrance, listening to the gentle sound of water flowing beneath the wooden planks. The brook was shallow here, barely knee-deep, and in the moonlight he could see trout moving lazily in the clear water, their silver sides catching and reflecting the light like living jewels. As he started across the bridge, his footsteps echoing hollowly in the enclosed space, he became aware of a soft melody drifting through the air. It was not his own flute music, but something altogether different, a woman's voice, singing a lullaby in what sounded like the old Dutch language of the region's first settlers. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the sound of the flowing water and the gentle creaking of the bridge's timbers. It was hauntingly beautiful, filled with love and longing, and the deep peace that comes only at the end of a well-lived life. Ichabod stood perfectly still in the center of the bridge, letting the melody wash over him like a benediction. The song spoke of autumn evenings and children sleeping safely in their beds, of harvests gathered and winter preparations complete, of love that endures beyond death and peace that passes understanding. When the last notes faded away, Ichabod found himself filled with such a profound sense of contentment that he had to rest his hands on the bridge's railing to steady himself. Through the gaps in the wooden walls, he could see the entire hollow spread out below him, the farmhouses with their glowing windows, the church with its gentle bell tower, the grove of ancient oaks, and the winding paths that connected it all like the threads in a tapestry. This was his world now. He realized not just the place where he worked and slept, but the place where his soul had found its home. Every tree and stone, every path and stream, every friendly face and familiar voice had become part of the great story of his life, and he was part of theirs in return. He crossed the remainder of the bridge slowly, savoring the last moments of his Halloween evening walk. On the far side, the path divided, one branch leading to his boarding house at the Van Ripper farm, the other winding away into the deeper woods where he had never ventured. Tonight, moved by a gentle curiosity he could not name, he chose the unfamiliar path. The trees here were different from those in the cathedral grove, younger and more closely spaced, creating a canopy so thick that only scattered drops of moonlight penetrated to the forest floor. But the path was well worn and easy to follow, and Ichabod found himself moving forward with confidence, despite the unfamiliarity of the route. After perhaps 10 minutes of walking, the trees began to thin, and he found himself approaching a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of the open space stood a small cabin, so perfectly integrated with its natural surroundings that it seemed to have grown from the earth itself rather than being built by human hands. Warm yellow light glowed in the cabin's windows, and smoke rose from its chimney in a straight, steady column. Someone was clearly at home, but Ichabod felt no hesitation about approaching in Sleepy Hollow, especially on Halloween evening. All travelers were welcome at any door. He knocked gently on the weathered wooden door, and it opened immediately, as if he had been expected. The woman who greeted him was perhaps 60 years old, with silver hair braided in the traditional Dutch style and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and warmth. "Master Crane," she said, as if they were old friends meeting after a long separation, "please come in. I've been waiting for you." The interior of the cabin was like something from a fairy tale, low-beamed ceilings, walls lined with books and mysterious bottles, and a fire crackling cheerfully in a massive stone hearth. The air was filled with the scents of herbs and spices, and something else, something that reminded Ichabod of childhood and safety, and the feeling of being completely loved. "I am Katrina van der Berg," the woman said, settling him in a comfortable chair beside the fire. "My family has lived in this hollow for 5 generations, and I am the last of my line. I have been waiting for someone like you, someone who would understand and appreciate the true magic of this place." She moved with the fluid grace of someone much younger, preparing tea from herbs that filled the cabin with their fragrant steam. As she worked, she spoke of the hollow's history, not the version recorded in books, but the deeper story that lived in the hearts and memories of its people. "This place has always been special," she said, settling into a chair across from him with her own cup of the aromatic tea. "Long before the Dutch settlers arrived, the native peoples who lived here knew it as a place of peace and healing. They called it the Valley of Dreams, because those who slept here were blessed with visions of perfect contentment. The tea was unlike anything Ichabod had ever tasted, warm and soothing, with flavors that seemed to change with each sip. One moment it tasted of chamomile and honey, the next of mint and roses, then of something indefinable that reminded him of autumn afternoons and the laughter of children. The settlers who came later felt the magic too," Katrina continued. "They were drawn here by something they could not name, and once they arrived, they found they could not leave. Not because they were trapped, but because they had found what every soul seeks, a place where they belonged completely." As she spoke, Ichabod felt his eyelids growing heavy. The warmth of the fire, the comfort of the chair, and the strange, wonderful tea were all conspiring to create a drowsiness so profound that he could barely keep his head upright. "You are tired, young scholar," Katrina said gently. "It has been a long and magical evening, and you have seen wonders that few are privileged to witness. Rest now, and dream of all the good things that await you in this blessed hollow." Ichabod wanted to protest that he should return to his boarding house, but the words would not come. Instead, he felt himself sinking deeper into the comfortable chair, his consciousness floating away on waves of perfect peace and contentment. His last clear memory was of Katrina covering him with a quilt that seemed to be woven from moonlight and starshine, and the sound of her voice singing softly the same lullaby he had heard on the covered bridge, now recognizable as a song about finding home and never needing to wander again. When Ichabod awoke, the sun was streaming through the windows of his room at the Van Ripper boarding house. He lay still for several minutes, trying to reconcile the vivid memories of his Halloween evening adventure with the familiar surroundings of his simple bedroom. Had it all been a dream? The mysterious woman in the church, the willow, the wisps in the cathedral grove, the cabin in the woods where Katrina Vanderberg had given him tea and told him stories of the Hollow's true history. He sat up slowly and found that he was still wearing the clothes he had put on the previous evening, and his satchel lay beside his bed, exactly where he might have placed it after returning from a long walk. But inside the satchel, alongside his flute and his book of poetry, was something that had not been there before. A small glass vial filled with dried herbs that carried the exact scent of Katrina's magical tea. That morning, as he prepared for another day of teaching, Ichabod found himself humming the melody he had heard on the covered bridge. Mrs. Van Ripper, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen below, called up to him that she had never heard him sound so cheerful. "It must have been a fine Halloween evening," she said when he came downstairs. "You look like a man who has found exactly what he was looking for." And indeed, as Ichabod stepped out into the crisp autumn morning and began his walk to the schoolhouse, he realized that was exactly what had happened. Whether his evening adventure had been a dream, a vision, or something else entirely, it had shown him the truth he had been slowly discovering since his arrival in Sleepy Hollow, that he had found not just a place to work, but a home for his soul. The children who arrived at school that morning found their usually serious teacher unusually animated, telling them stories of the Hollow's history with a passion and warmth they had never seen before. And when the day ended and the last student had departed, Ichabod sat at his desk and began to write not lesson plans or scholarly papers, but stories of his own, tales of magic and wonder set in a peaceful valley where spirits danced in the moonlight and every evening brought new possibilities for enchantment. As he wrote, the late afternoon sun slanted through the schoolhouse windows, casting the same golden rectangles across the floor that had marked the beginning of his Halloween adventure. Soon, he knew, the sun would set and the Hollow would begin to work its gentle magic once again. Perhaps tonight he would walk the familiar paths and discover new wonders, Or perhaps he would simply sit by his window and listen to the lullabies that the wind sang in the ancient oak trees. Either way, he was home not just in the geographical sense, but in the deepest meaning of the word. Sleepy Hollow had claimed him as surely as it had claimed all the generations before him, and he knew with absolute certainty that he would never want to be anywhere else. Outside, the first leaves of evening began to fall, each one catching the light for a brief moment before settling gently to the earth, where they would rest in peace until spring called them to new life. In the distance, church bells chimed the hour with voices as soft and sweet as a mother's lullaby, welcoming the night and all the gentle dreams it would bring to the blessed, drowsy inhabitants of Sleepy Hollow. And in his schoolhouse, with the golden light fading around him and the promise of another magical evening ahead, Ichabod Crane smiled and continued to write, his pen moving across the page as steadily and peacefully as a boat gliding down a quiet stream toward home. The March Sisters' Halloween Evening, a Little Women's Sleep Story. The October evening settled over Orchard House like a soft woolen blanket, wrapping the March family home in the gentle embrace of autumn twilight. Through the windows, the last golden leaves of the old oak tree caught the fading light, dancing on branches that swayed with the season's first cool breeze. Inside, the warmth of the kitchen stove and the cheerful glow of oil lamps created a sanctuary of comfort against the growing darkness outside. Marmee stood at the kitchen window, watching the sun sink behind the distant hills, painting the sky in shades of amber and deep purple. The air carried the scent of wood smoke from neighboring chimneys and the earthy sweetness of fallen leaves. It was Halloween night, though not in the way the March family had ever celebrated before. This year, with the autumn particularly beautiful and the evening so peaceful, it seemed the perfect time to create their own gentle traditions. Girls, Marmee called softly to her 4 daughters, who were gathered in various corners of the house, each occupied with their own quiet pursuits. Come to the parlor. I have an idea for our evening. Meg looked up from her mending, where she sat by the window in the fading light, her needle moving in steady, practiced strokes through a tear in Amy's best dress. At 19, she had inherited their mother's grace and gentle authority, always ready to gather her younger sisters like a mother hen collecting her chicks. "What is it, Marmee?" she asked, setting down her work and smoothing her dark hair. From upstairs came the sound of footsteps, quick and eager. Jo appeared at the top of the stairs, her wild curls escaping from the ribbon she'd used to tie them back, a pencil still tucked behind her ear and ink stains on her fingers. She'd been writing again, lost in one of her stories, and her eyes held that dreamy, faraway look that meant she was still half living in whatever world she'd been creating on paper. "Are we having a family council?" Jo asked, bounding down the stairs with characteristic enthusiasm. "Have you decided to let me submit my story to that magazine after all? Or perhaps—" She stopped mid-sentence as she caught sight of her mother's mysterious smile. Beth emerged from the old piano in the corner of the parlor, where she'd been playing soft melodies that seemed to echo the twilight mood. Her fingers were still curved as if touching invisible keys, and her gentle face wore the peaceful expression she always had after music. Of all the sisters, Beth moved most quietly through the world, as if she were made of moonlight and whispered prayers. Amy appeared last, carrying her small easel and paint box, a dab of yellow ochre on her cheek, where she'd absently touched it while thinking. At 16, she was growing into her beauty, her golden hair catching the lamplight as she moved with the unconscious grace of someone who had always seen the world as something to be made more beautiful. "What's this about, Marmee?" Amy asked, setting down her art supplies with careful precision. Marmee smiled, her eyes twinkling with the kind of gentle mischief that had made her daughter's childhoods magical. "I was thinking," she said, settling into her favorite chair by the fireplace, "that tonight being Halloween, we might create our own celebration. Nothing elaborate or frightening, mind you, but something peaceful, magical in its own quiet way." Joe's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh yes, we could tell ghost stories, but gentle ones," she added quickly, seeing Beth's slight hesitation. "Stories of friendly spirits and mysterious happenings that make you wonder rather than worry. And we could have special treats," Meg suggested, already mentally cataloguing what they had in the pantry. "I saw apples in the root cellar, and we have molasses and spices. We could make something warm and sweet." Amy clapped her hands softly. "Could we make costumes? Simple ones, from the fabric scraps in the sewing basket. I've always wanted to dress up like a fairy or a princess from one of Joe's stories." Beth nodded shyly. "I could play music, Halloween songs if I know any, or perhaps autumn melodies that sound like the wind in the trees." Marmee rose from her chair, her face glowing with pleasure at her daughter's enthusiasm. "Then it's settled. Meg and Amy, would you help me in the kitchen? We'll make warm cider and molasses cookies. Joe, you can gather your stories and prepare to transport us to other worlds. And Beth," she paused, listening to the gentle sigh of wind against the windows. "Beth, would you play for us as we work? Something soft and magical to set the mood." The house immediately came alive with purposeful activity, but it was the kind of gentle bustling that felt more like a dance than work. Beth returned to the piano, her fingers finding a melody that seemed to capture the essence of autumn evening, something that spoke of falling leaves and distant memories, of cozy fires and the mysterious beauty of the seasons turning. In the kitchen, Marmee moved with practiced efficiency, gathering ingredients while Meg pumped water and Amy carefully measured spices. The familiar routine of cooking together had always been one of the family's quiet pleasures, and tonight it felt especially precious. The kitchen filled with the warm scents of cinnamon and nutmeg, of apples heating on the stove and molasses being stirred into cookie dough. "Tell me about the costumes, Amy," Marmee said as she worked, her voice encouraging her youngest daughter to share her artistic vision. Amy's face brightened as she described her ideas. "Well, I thought perhaps we could use that old white sheet, the one with the small tear, and turn it into a ghostly robe for Joe, since she loves mysterious stories. And there are those blue silk scraps left from when you made Meg's best dress. we could fashion them into a water sprite costume for Beth, since she's so ethereal. For Meg, perhaps something elegant, a medieval lady with that burgundy velvet we've been saving. And for yourself? Meg asked with a smile, watching Amy's eyes dance with creative possibilities. I thought, an autumn fairy, with the golden and brown fabrics, and perhaps some of the preserved leaves from our nature collection. Something that looks like I'm part of the season itself. Marmee nodded approvingly. Lovely ideas, dear. We'll have just enough time to put together simple versions while the cookies bake. Meanwhile, Jo had disappeared into the small alcove where she kept her writing materials, emerging with a notebook filled with her careful handwriting and several loose pages covered with crossed-out lines and marginal notes. She settled cross-legged on the floor near Beth's piano, reading through her stories by lamplight, selecting the ones that would best suit their peaceful Halloween celebration. The stories Jo chose were different from her usual dramatic tales of adventure and romance. These were gentler pieces, stories of mysterious lights seen dancing in forests on autumn nights, of voices that whispered helpful secrets to those who knew how to listen, of old houses that seemed to remember all the love and laughter they had sheltered. There was one about a ghostly woman who returned each Halloween not to frighten, but to finish the quilt she'd been working on when she passed away, adding one more square each year until it became the most beautiful coverlet anyone had ever seen. As the afternoon light faded completely and true darkness settled over Orchard House, the sisters reconvened in the parlor. The fire had been built up until it cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the room glowed with warm lamplight. The scent of baking cookies drifted from the kitchen, mixing with the faint fragrance of the last roses from Marmee's garden, which Amy had arranged in a small vase on the mantelpiece. Now for the costumes, Marmee announced, carrying in her sewing basket and several pieces of carefully selected fabric. We'll keep them simple but magical. The process of creating their costumes became a meditation in itself. Meg helped drape the white sheet over Jo, pinning and tucking until it hung in graceful folds that managed to look both mysterious and elegant rather than frightening. The burgundy velvet was fashioned into a simple cape for Meg, secured with an old brooch of their grandmother's, transforming her instantly into a lady from a medieval tapestry. For Beth, the blue silk scraps became a flowing overdress that caught the firelight like water, while Amy worked with intense concentration to attach preserved maple leaves to a golden brown shawl, creating wings that rustled softly when she moved, like autumn itself had taken human form. "You all look beautiful," Marmee said, stepping back to admire her daughters, like figures from a fairy tale. Jo swept her ghostly robes dramatically, but gently. "I feel like I could drift through walls and whisper secrets to sleeping children," she said with a grin. "But only nice secrets, of course, like where they left their favorite book, or that their grandmother is thinking of them." Beth touched her flowing blue fabric with wonder. "I feel like I could understand what the wind is saying when it moves through the trees." Amy preened slightly, her autumn fairy wings catching the light. I feel like I'm part of the season, like I could dance with the falling leaves. Meg adjusted her medieval cape with dignity, and I feel like I could preside over a castle full of gentle magic where everyone is welcome and every story has a happy ending. The timer chimed softly from the kitchen, and soon they were gathered around the parlor table with warm cider in their best cups and a plate of molasses cookies still warm from the oven. The cookies were soft and fragrant with spices, tasting of home and comfort and all the best parts of autumn. The cider steamed gently, filling the air with the scent of apples and cinnamon. Outside, the October wind had picked up, sending the last leaves skittering against the windows and making the old house creak gently, as if it were settling in for the night. But inside the parlor, all was warmth and light, and the particular kind of contentment that comes from being exactly where you belong, with exactly the people you love most. "Now," said Jo, settling into her chair with her notebook and taking on the slightly formal tone she always used when she was about to share her stories. "Let me tell you about the autumn spirits who dance in Walden Woods on nights just like this one." Beth instinctively moved to the piano, her fingers finding a gentle melody that seemed to echo Jo's words before she'd even spoken them. The music was soft and mysterious, with little runs of notes that sounded like leaves falling or distant laughter. Jo began to read in her clear, expressive voice, but slowly, letting each word settle into the peaceful atmosphere like stones dropped into still water. Her first story was about a family of foxes who lived in the woods near Concord, and how on Halloween night they would emerge from their den dressed in the colors of autumn leaves, dancing in circles around the oldest oak tree while the moon watched approvingly from above. The eldest fox wore a coat of deep burgundy, like the maples in their final glory, Jo read, her voice taking on the hypnotic rhythm of a lullaby. The youngest wore gold, bright as the sun filtering through October afternoon light, and as they danced, their movement created a gentle magic that blessed the forest, ensuring that spring would return when winter had finished its work. Amy sighed contentedly, curled up in her chair with her feet tucked under her autumn fairy skirts. "I can picture them perfectly. Do you think they're dancing tonight?" "Perhaps they are," Mommy said softly, refilling Amy's cup with warm cider. "Perhaps all over the world, gentle spirits are celebrating the beauty of the season in their own quiet ways." Jo continued with another story, this one about a lighthouse keeper who discovered that his lighthouse was visited each Halloween by the spirits of sailors who had been safely guided home by its light over the years. But these weren't frightening ghosts, they were grateful souls who came to tend the lighthouse lamp, polishing the lens until it shone brighter than ever, ensuring that future travelers would be guided safely home. The lighthouse keeper would find, each November 1st, that his lamp had been filled with oil that never seemed to run out, and the lens cleaned until it sparkled like a star. Jo read, her voice growing softer as the story wound toward its conclusion. And sometimes, on very quiet nights, he could hear them humming old sea chanties as they worked melodies that spoke of home and safe harbors and the joy of journey's end. Beth's music seemed to echo those distant sea chanties, her fingers finding melodies that spoke of vast waters and safe homecomings. The sound blended with the whisper of wind outside, creating a symphony of autumn night that was both mysterious and deeply peaceful. As the evening progressed, Jo shared more of her gentle tales. There was the story of an old woman who knitted by her window every Halloween night, and how passers-by would see her needles creating scarves that seemed to be made of moonlight and starshine, though in the morning they would discover that someone had left a beautiful warm scarf on their doorstep, exactly the color they needed to brighten the coming winter days. There was the tale of a garden where the flowers that had finished blooming for the season would spend Halloween night sharing stories with the vegetables ready for harvest, creating a conversation between summer's beauty and autumn's abundance that resulted in the most flavorful crops and the most fragrant pressed flowers anyone had ever experienced. Meg found herself drowsing peacefully in her chair, the combination of warm cider, soft music, and Jo's gentle stories creating the perfect atmosphere for rest. "These aren't like any ghost stories I've ever heard," she murmured contentedly. "That's because they're not about haunting," Jo explained softly, looking up from her notebook. "They're about lingering love, about the way beautiful things and kind deeds have a way of staying in the world, creating their own gentle magic." Amy nodded dreamily, watching the fire dance in the grate. "Like the way this evening will stay with us, even when it's over. We'll remember the taste of these cookies and the sound of Beth's music and the feeling of wearing these costumes, and it will be a kind of magic we can carry with us." "Exactly," said Marmee, her voice warm with approval. "That's the very best kind of magic, the kind that comes from love and togetherness and taking time to notice the beauty in simple moments." Jo turned to a story she had written just that afternoon, inspired by their own evening. "This one," she said, "is about 4 sisters who decided to celebrate Halloween in their own way, creating costumes and sharing stories and discovering that the most powerful magic was the love they shared for each other and for the peaceful beauty of an autumn night." As Jo read this story, which was really their own story, but seen through the lens of her writer's imagination, the wind outside seemed to grow softer, as if the night itself were settling in to listen. Beth's music became gentler still, a lullaby made of autumn sounds and peaceful dreams. The story Jo read told of how the 4 sisters discovered that their simple celebration had created a kind of magic that spread beyond their home, touching everyone who glimpsed the warm light in their windows or caught the sound of music and laughter drifting on the evening air. Neighbors found themselves smiling without knowing why as they passed the house. Children fell asleep more easily, their dreams filled with friendly spirits and gentle adventures. And the magic they created, Jo read in a voice that was barely above a whisper, was the kind that grows stronger when shared and never diminishes with use. It was the magic of home and family, of stories told by firelight and music played from the heart, of simple costumes that transformed ordinary girls into figures of wonder and of love that makes even the darkest night bright with possibility. By the time Joe finished the last story, Amy was nearly asleep in her chair, her autumn fairy wings draped around her like a golden blanket. Beth's music had become so soft it was almost part of the silence, her fingers barely touching the keys as they found the gentlest of melodies. Meg roused herself enough to help clear away the empty cups and the plate of cookies, now holding only crumbs and the lingering scent of molasses and spices. "This has been the most perfect evening," she said softly, not wanting to break the spell of peace that had settled over them all. Marmee stood and gently shook out the costumes, folding them carefully to be put away as treasured memories. "I think," she said quietly, "that we've discovered something important tonight. Halloween doesn't have to be about frightening things or loud celebrations. It can be about the quiet magic that exists all around us, if we take time to notice it and share it with the people we love." Jo closed her notebook and tucked her pencil behind her ear, already dreaming of the stories she might write about tonight's celebration. "Next year," she said sleepily, "we'll have to do this again. Maybe we can invite the Moffats and the Hummels, share the magic with even more people." "That's a lovely idea," Marmee agreed. "Magic is always better when it's shared." As the family prepared for bed, banking the fire and blowing out the lamps, the old house seemed to settle around them with a contented sigh. Outside, the October wind continued its gentle song, but it sounded less like the harbinger of winter and more like a lullaby sung by the season itself. Beth was the last to leave the piano, her fingers lingering on the keys for one final, soft chord that seemed to echo long after the sound had faded. It was a chord that spoke of gratitude and peace, of the kind of deep contentment that comes from an evening spent exactly as it should be spent, surrounded by love and gentle magic. In her room, Amy carefully hung up her autumn fairy wings, already imagining how she might paint a picture of tonight's celebration, something that would capture not just how they looked in their costumes, but the feeling of the evening, the sense of magic created not by spells or supernatural forces, but by the simple alchemy of family love and shared wonder. Meg folded her medieval cape with the same care she gave to her finest dresses, knowing that it would always remind her of this particular Halloween, when they discovered that the most powerful transformations happen not through elaborate magic, but through the decision to see the world with eyes full of wonder and hearts full of love. Jo sat at her small writing desk for just a few minutes before sleep, making notes about the evening, about the stories she had told, and the ones that were still forming in her imagination. She wrote about the way Beth's music had seemed to weave all their separate activities into one harmonious whole, about the pride in Amy's face when she wore her handmade wings, about the gentle authority with which Meg had helped transform them all, about the wisdom in Marmee's suggestion that they create their own tradition. She didn't write about the specific details of their costumes or the recipes for the treats. Those were important, of course, the tangible evidence of their efforts, but they weren't the true subject of her writing. Instead, Jo found herself trying to capture the ephemeral, almost sacred feeling of the evening. It was a sense that something had been touched, something eternal and beautiful that transcended the simple passage of time. This feeling wasn't born from grand gestures or expensive celebrations, but from the quiet moments when people who love each other choose to create something beautiful together. This was the core of what Joe was trying to articulate, the power of a shared, intentional experience. Their Halloween wasn't an obligation or a fleeting amusement, it was a conscious act of co-creation. Each sister had brought a piece of herself, Joe her storytelling, Meg her gentle warmth, Beth her music, Amy her whimsical artistry, and together they had woven a tapestry of joy and wonder. The magic wasn't out there, a force to be sought or stumbled upon. It was an energy they generated themselves, a quiet hum that resonated through the house. It was in the way Meg's laugh rang out as she helped arrange the leaves, or the focused intensity in Beth's eyes as she practiced a new melody, or the way Amy's small hands carefully painted a design on her fairy wings. These weren't just actions, they were expressions of love and dedication, each contributing to a collective masterpiece of an evening. The house itself, Orchard House, became a silent partner in this magic. It wasn't just a physical structure of wood and plaster. It was a vessel, a container for the love and creativity that filled its rooms. The scent of molasses cookies wasn't just a smell, it was an olfactory memory of warmth and security. The flickering firelight wasn't just illumination, it was a visible symbol of the warmth of their family bonds. Every scuff on the floor and every faded patch on the wallpaper was a testament to a history of shared moments, and on this night, new memories were being etched into the very soul of the home. The house seemed to breathe with them, holding their joy and protecting it from the cool October wind outside. It was a sanctuary where the supernatural forces of the outside world, the ghosts and goblins of traditional Halloween, were replaced by a far more potent and benevolent magic, the spirit of hearth and home. As the sisters settled into their beds, the house around them seemed filled with the echoes of the evening's gentle magic. The scent of molasses cookies lingered in the kitchen, a promise of simple pleasures. The parlor still held the warmth of the fire and the memory of stories told and music played, a silent testament to the power of shared art. The costumes hung in their rooms like promises that wonder could be found in the simplest things, and that transformation was always possible for those willing to see with imagination and love. Outside, the October wind continued its whispered song, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, of apples ready for harvest, and the promise of cozy fires on cold nights to come. But inside Orchard House, all was peace and warmth and the particular kind of magic that can only be created by people who understand that the most powerful spells are woven from kindness, creativity, and the decision to find wonder in whatever life offers. And as the sisters drifted off to sleep, each carried with her the memory of an evening when they had discovered that Halloween could be less about ghosts and goblins and more about the gentle spirits that exist in every loving home, the spirit of creativity that turns fabric scraps into costumes, the spirit of storytelling that transforms ordinary evenings into adventures, the spirit of music that speaks directly to the heart, and above all, the spirit of family love that makes every moment magical. simply by being shared. The last sound in the house was the gentle settling of old wood and the whisper of wind in the eaves, as if the house itself were sighing with contentment, holding close the memory of four sisters who had discovered that the very best kind of magic is the kind you create together, one peaceful moment at a time. In their dreams that night, the March sisters continued their gentle Halloween celebration, wandering through landscapes made of autumn leaves and starlight, sharing stories with friendly spirits who spoke in voices like wind chimes and music like distant laughter. And when they woke in the morning, they carried with them the certainty that magic is not something that exists only in stories or only on special nights, but something that lives always in the space between people who love each other enough to create wonder together, one ordinary, extraordinary moment at a time. The memory of their Halloween evening would stay with the March sisters for the rest of their lives, becoming one of those precious recollections that seems to glow brighter with time rather than fading. Years later, when they were grown and scattered to their own homes and families, they would still remember the taste of those molasses cookies, the sound of Beth's music weaving through Joe's stories, the rustle of Amy's autumn fairy wings, the warmth of Mommy's approval, and most of all, the feeling of being exactly where they belonged, surrounded by exactly the right kind of magic, the magic that comes not from supernatural forces, but from the supernatural power of love to transform ordinary moments into treasures that last forever. And perhaps on quiet October nights when the wind whispers through the trees and the scent of wood smoke drifts on the evening air, that magic still lingers around Orchard House, ready to bless anyone who understands that the most profound enchantments are often the gentlest ones, and that the most powerful spells are cast not with wands or incantations, but with stories shared, music played from the heart, and love given freely, one peaceful moment at a time. Mary Lennox and the Secret Garden's Halloween Magic. The autumn air at Misselthwaite Manor carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, and Mary Lennox found herself drawn to her bedroom window as the sun began its slow descent toward the Yorkshire moors. October had painted the world in shades of amber and rust, and tonight was Halloween, a night that felt different somehow, as if the very air itself held secrets waiting to be discovered. Mary pressed her face against the cool glass and gazed out toward the walled garden that had become so dear to her heart. The secret garden lay hidden beyond the ivy-covered walls, and even from her window high in the manor, she could see the tops of the old apple trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. Something about the light tonight seemed different, softer, more golden, as if the sunset had decided to linger a little longer than usual. She had spent the afternoon with Colin and Dickon in the garden, as had become their cherished routine. They had been gathering the last of the autumn harvest fat orange pumpkins that had grown unexpectedly large this year, and late blooming roses that seemed reluctant to surrender to the coming winter. But as evening approached, both boys had been called away, Colin to his studies, and Dickon back to his cottage to help his mother prepare for the village Halloween festivities. Now, as the manor settled into its evening quiet, Mary found herself restless with a gentle kind of anticipation she couldn't quite name. The corridors of Misselthwaite seemed to whisper with October wind, and she could hear the soft settling sounds of an old house preparing for night. But rather than feeling sleepy, Mary felt oddly wakeful, as if something wonderful was waiting for her just beyond the edge of ordinary experience. She moved away from the window and began to pace her room softly, her bare feet silent on the thick carpet. The fire in her small hearth had burned down to glowing embers, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, she could see the first stars beginning to appear in the deepening sky, and the moon, nearly full, was rising behind a veil of thin, silvery clouds. It was then that she noticed something unusual. Through her window she could see a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the direction of the secret garden. It wasn't the harsh light of lanterns or candles, but something softer and more mysterious, like moonbeams that had decided to pool and gather in one particular place. Mary's heart began to beat a little faster with curiosity rather than fear. In all her months of exploring and tending the secret garden, she had never seen anything quite like this gentle luminescence. She moved closer to the window, pressing her nose against the glass once more, and could swear she saw something flickering and dancing just above the garden walls. Without quite deciding to do so, Mary found herself reaching for her warm woolen shawl and wrapping it around her shoulders. Her feet seemed to carry her of their own accord toward her bedroom door, and before she knew it, she was stepping quietly into the long corridor that led toward the stairs. The manor at night was a place of deep shadows and gentle sounds, the soft tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, the distant settling of wooden beams, the whisper of wind around the tall windows. But tonight, these familiar sounds seemed to weave together into something almost musical, as if the house itself was humming a lullaby. Mary descended the stairs slowly, her hand trailing along the smooth banister. Each step felt deliberate and dreamlike, as if she were moving through honey-colored air. The portraits on the walls seemed to watch her with kind eyes, and she imagined she could hear the faintest rustling, as if the painted figures were shifting slightly in their frames to get a better view of her midnight journey. She made her way through the ground floor of the manor, past the library with its leather-bound volumes, and the morning room where she and Colin often took their tea. The servants' quarters were quiet. Martha and the other staff had long since retired to their beds, and Mary moved like a gentle ghost through the familiar spaces. The kitchen door opened with the softest creak, and Mary stepped out into the cool October night. The air was crisp but not cold, carrying scents of earth and dying leaves, and something else, something sweet and mysterious that she couldn't quite identify. Above her the sky was a deep velvet studded with stars, and the nearly full moon sailed between wispy clouds like a silver ship. The path to the secret garden seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, as if someone had scattered pearl dust along the worn stones. Mary pulled her shawl more closely around her shoulders and began to walk, her feet finding the familiar way almost without thought. The gravel crunched softly beneath her slippers, and night-blooming jasmine released its perfume into the cool air as she passed. As she approached the ivy-covered door that led into her beloved garden, Mary paused. The gentle glow she had seen from her window was definitely stronger here, and now she could hear something else, the faintest sound of music, like wind chimes made of silver bells, floating on the autumn breeze. Her hand found the hidden latch beneath the ivy, the same latch that had first granted her entry into this magical place so many months ago. The door swung open with its familiar soft groan, and Mary stepped inside. What she saw took her breath away in the most wonderful way. The secret garden had transformed into something from a fairy tale. Moonflowers, which she had never seen in the garden before, had bloomed along every path and climbing frame, their large white petals glowing with an inner light that seemed to capture and reflect the moon above. The entire garden was bathed in this soft silvery radiance, and everything looked as if it had been dusted with stardust. But it wasn't just the flowers that made the scene magical. As Mary stood in the doorway, hardly daring to breathe, she saw figures moving among the plants, translucent, gentle beings that seemed to be made of moonlight and mist. They tended the garden with loving care, their movements graceful and deliberate as they touched the leaves of plants and whispered to the flowers. One of the figures, an elderly man in gardener's clothes that seemed to shimmer like morning dew, looked up and noticed Mary standing in the doorway. Rather than being startled or alarmed, he simply smiled and raised his hand in a gentle greeting, as if her presence here on this magical Halloween night was the most natural thing in the world. "Good evening, young miss," he said, and his voice was like the sound of wind through wheat fields. "We've been hoping you would come." Mary found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "Who are you? What is this place tonight?" The gentle spirit gardener set down the watering can. He had been holding a can that seemed to hold liquid starlight rather than water, and approached Mary with slow, peaceful steps. "We are the gardeners who came before," he explained, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "This garden has been loved by many hands over the years, and on nights like this, when the veil between worlds grows thin, we return to tend what we helped to grow." He gestured around the transformed garden, where other spirit gardeners moved among the plants, their forms becoming clearer to Mary's eyes with each passing moment. There was a woman in a long dress who seemed to be coaxing late roses to bloom, and a young man who was gathering ghostly vegetables from plants that Mary was certain hadn't been there during the day. "But don't be afraid, dear child," the elderly gardener continued, seeing the wonder in Mary's eyes. "We mean no harm. We come only to celebrate the garden's magic and to prepare for the winter's rest. Tonight is special a night when the garden shows its true face to those who have loved it well." As if his words were a signal, Mary heard the sound of familiar voices calling her name from the direction of the garden door. Turning, she saw Colin and Dickon entering the moonlit space, their faces filled with the same wonder and delight that she felt blooming in her own heart. "Mary," Colin called softly, his voice filled with excitement rather than the breathless worry that had once characterized his speech. "Did you see the light from your window too? I couldn't sleep, and when I looked outside—" He trailed off, taking in the magical scene before them. Dickon, ever practical even in the face of magic, was already approaching one of the spirit gardeners with his characteristic gentle curiosity. He said politely to a ghostly woman who was tending to a patch of luminous pumpkins, "Might I ask what you're growing there?" The spirit woman smiled and gestured to her plants with obvious pride. "Halloween pumpkins, young sir. They grow only on this one night of the year, and they hold all the warmth and light of the autumn Sunday. Would you like to help me harvest them?" And so began the most magical evening Mary had ever experienced. The three children found themselves welcomed into the gentle community of spirit gardeners, each of whom had stories to tell and wisdom to share. They learned that the garden held layers of history and magic that they had never suspected, and that their love and care for the space had helped to strengthen the connection between the world of the living and the realm of gentle spirits. The elderly gardener who had first greeted Mary showed them how to gather the moonflowers, explaining that their petals could be dried and saved to make tea that would bring peaceful dreams throughout the winter months. His name, he told them, was Thomas, and he had tended this garden more than 100 years ago, when the manor was young and the walls were first built. "Every garden has its own spirit," Thomas explained as he guided their hands in the delicate work of harvesting the glowing blooms. "But this one is special because of all the love that has been poured into its soil. Your love, children, has awakened something that has been sleeping for many years." Colin, who had grown strong and healthy through his time in the garden, found himself drawn to a spirit gardener who was tending to a grove of apple trees that seemed to bear fruit made of crystallized sunlight. The gardener, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, taught him how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand what they needed to thrive. "Plants are like people," she told Colin as they worked together, gathering the magical apples into baskets woven from moonbeams. "They need love and attention, yes, but they also need to be trusted to grow in their own way, in their own time. You've learned this lesson well, young master." Dickon, with his natural affinity for all growing things, found himself surrounded by several spirit gardeners who were eager to share their knowledge of plants and animals that existed only in the magical realm. They showed him flowers that sang lullabies to help seeds sleep through the winter, and vegetables that glowed with their own inner light, providing warmth and nourishment even in the deepest cold. "You have the gift," one of the spirits told him, an ancient woman whose hair seemed to be made of flowing moss and whose dress rustled like autumn leaves. "The gift of understanding what the earth needs, what the plants are saying. This garden is lucky to have you." As the night deepened, the children found themselves settling into a rhythm of gentle work and quiet conversation with their ghostly companions. They learned that the spirit gardeners appeared not just on Halloween, but whenever the garden was in need of special care or protection. They had watched over it during the years when it was locked and forgotten, keeping the roots alive and the soil ready for new growth. "We couldn't tend it as we wished," Thomas explained, as he showed Mary how to braid moonflower vines into garlands that would protect the garden through the winter. "But we could keep it alive, keep it ready for the day when living hands would return to work its earth." The magical Halloween vegetables and fruits that grew only on this one night were gathered into baskets and wheelbarrows that seemed to be crafted from solidified moonlight. The spirit gardeners explained that these would feed not just the body but the soul, providing comfort and strength through the dark months ahead. Mary found herself working beside a young woman spirit who tended to a patch of roses that bloomed in colors that had no names, deep purples that shifted to silver, blues that melted into gold. The woman's name was Sarah, and she had been the lady of the manor's daughter many years ago, before illness had taken her young. "I used to sneak into this garden just as you did," Sarah told Mary with a gentle laugh that sounded like wind chimes. "My father had locked it after my mother died, but I found the key and would come here to remember her. She planted many of these roses, you know." As Sarah spoke, Mary began to understand that the garden held not just plants and earth, but memories and love that had accumulated over generations. Every person who had ever tended it with care had left something of themselves behind, and on nights like this, when the barriers between worlds grew thin, all of that accumulated love became visible and tangible. The moon reached its highest point in the sky, casting everything in silver light, and the spirit gardeners began to gather in the center of the garden around an ancient sundial that Mary had never seen glow before tonight. The dial seemed to be made of some kind of luminous stone, and it pulsed gently with warm golden light. "It's time for the sharing of stories," Thomas announced, his voice carrying clearly across the garden. "This is the most important part of our Halloween gathering, when we pass on the wisdom of the garden to those who will carry it forward." The children were invited to sit on a circle of stones that appeared around the sundial, as if conjured from the earth itself. The stones were warm despite the cool night air, and Mary found herself settling into a comfortable position between Colin and Dickon, her shawl draped around all three of them for warmth. The spirit gardeners arranged themselves in a larger circle around the children, their forms becoming more solid and detailed in the golden light emanating from the sundial. Mary could see their faces clearly now, weathered by years of outdoor work, but kind and peaceful, filled with the satisfaction that comes from a life spent nurturing growth and beauty. Thomas spoke first, his voice taking on the cadence of someone accustomed to telling stories to help others rest peacefully. "Long ago," he began, "when this garden was first planted, the lady of the manor, Colin's great-great-grandmother, made a wish as she set each seed in the ground. She wished that this place would always be a haven for healing, a sanctuary where broken hearts could mend and weary souls could find rest." As he spoke, images seemed to dance in the golden light above the sundial, misty, dreamlike scenes of the garden through the years. Mary saw generations of gardeners working the soil, children playing among the flowers, and quiet figures finding solace on garden benches during times of sorrow. "The garden heard her wish," Thomas continued, "and took it into its very roots and leaves. That's why it called to you, Mary, when you were lonely and hurting. That's why it welcomed Colin when he needed healing. That's why it embraced Dickon with his gift for understanding growing things. The garden knew you belonged here." Sarah spoke next, her silvery voice weaving through the night air like silk ribbons. "Every plant in this garden has its own story," she said, and as her words floated over them, Mary could see the history of individual roses and fruit trees, vegetables and herbs, playing out in the golden light. The climbing rose by the door was planted to celebrate a wedding. The apple tree in the corner grew from seeds brought back from a journey to distant lands. The herb garden was started by a cook who believed that food grown with love could heal both body and spirit. One by one, the spirit gardeners shared their stories, tales of seasons past, of plants that had struggled and thrived, of the quiet miracles that happened every day in the garden when living hands worked in partnership with the earth. Their voices blended together into a gentle chorus that seemed to harmonize with the whisper of wind through the leaves and the distant sound of night birds calling. Colin found himself growing drowsy in the warm circle of stones, lulled by the peaceful cadence of the stories and the magical atmosphere of the transformed garden. But rather than fighting sleep, he let himself drift, knowing that he was safe and surrounded by love. "The garden remembers everything," one of the spirits was saying, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "Every kind word spoken here, every gentle touch, every moment of wonder and joy. It stores these things in its roots and branches and gives them back when they're needed most." Dickon, too, was beginning to feel the drowsy contentment that comes after a perfect day. He leaned against Mary's shoulder, and she could feel his breathing becoming deeper and more regular as the spirit gardeners' voices wove their peaceful spell. As the night deepened and the stories continued, Mary became aware that the magical harvest they had gathered was beginning to glow more brightly, as if it were absorbing the love and wisdom being shared around the sundial. The moonflowers seemed to pulse gently with their own heartbeat, and the crystallized fruit sparkled like captured stars. "This harvest," Thomas explained, his voice now barely above a whisper, "will nourish not just your bodies through the winter, but your spirits as well. When the days are short and cold, when the garden sleeps beneath the snow, you'll be able to taste the magic of this night and remember that spring will always return." The golden light from the sundial began to dim slowly, and Mary realized that their magical Halloween evening was drawing to a close. But rather than feeling sad, she felt filled with a deep sense of completion and peace. The garden had shared its greatest secret with them, and they would carry that knowledge forward into all their days to come. The spirit gardeners began to fade gradually, becoming more translucent as the moon started its descent toward the horizon. But before they disappeared entirely, each one approached the three children to offer a parting gift. Thomas pressed a small packet of moonflower seeds into Mary's hand. "Plant these next spring," he told her, "and you'll always have a connection to tonight's magic." Sarah gave Colin a cutting from one of her magical roses, its stem wrapped in silvery moss. "This will grow wherever you plant it," she promised, "and it will bloom in colors that will remind you of dreams and possibilities." The ancient woman who had spoken with Dickon offered him a small wooden whistle carved from a branch of the magical apple tree. "When you blow this, she explained. "You'll be able to hear what the plants are saying, even in the depths of winter." As the last of the spirit gardeners faded into the morning mist, for somehow, without Mary quite noticing, the sky had begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The garden slowly returned to its familiar appearance. The moonflowers closed their petals and seemed to melt back into the earth. The glowing vegetables settled into ordinary pumpkins and squash, and the magical fruit transformed into baskets of perfectly normal but exceptionally beautiful apples and pears. But the children knew that what they had experienced was real and lasting. They could feel it in the warmth of the gifts they held, in the peaceful contentment that filled their hearts, and in the way the garden seemed to hum with quiet satisfaction as the ordinary world reasserted itself around them. As the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, Mary, Colin, and Dickon made their way slowly back toward the manor. They walked in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the magical night they had shared. The baskets of harvest they carried were heavy but not burdensome, filled with the most beautiful fruits and vegetables any of them had ever seen. The ordinary pumpkins and apples seemed to glow with their own inner light, and Mary knew that when they tasted them, they would remember the flavors of starlight and moonbeams. As they reached the manor, Martha was already beginning her morning duties, and she greeted them with a knowing smile that suggested she wasn't entirely surprised to see them returning from an early morning adventure in the garden. "My word," she said, looking at their harvest with obvious delight, "wherever did you find such beautiful vegetables? They look like something from a fairy tale." The three children exchanged glances, and Mary felt a warm bubble of laughter rising in her chest. "The garden has been very generous this year," she said simply, and Martha nodded, as if this explanation was perfectly reasonable. They spent the morning preserving and storing their magical harvest, working together in the manor's kitchen with a contentment that seemed to radiate from their very souls. The fruits would become preserves and jellies that would brighten the darkest winter days. The vegetables would be prepared and stored in the root cellar, ready to provide comfort and nourishment when the garden lay sleeping under snow. As the day wore on and ordinary routine reasserted itself, Mary found herself treasuring the memory of their Halloween night like a precious gem. She knew that she would carry the image of the moonlit garden, filled with gentle spirits and magical plants, for the rest of her life. That evening, as she prepared for bed, Mary planted Thomas's moonflower seeds in a small pot on her windowsill. As she patted the earth gently around them, she whispered a promise that she would tend them with all the love and care she had learned in the secret garden. Colin, in his own room, carefully placed Sarah's rose, cutting in a glass of water, watching as it seemed to shimmer slightly in the lamplight. He had already chosen the perfect spot in the garden where he would plant it come spring, a place where it would have morning sun and afternoon shade, where it would be sheltered from harsh winds but open to gentle rain. Dickon, back at his cottage, tucked the magical whistle carefully into his jacket pocket. Even as he drifted off to sleep, he could swear he heard the faintest sound of plants whispering to each other in the darkness, sharing secrets and dreams as they settled into their nightly rest. And in the secret garden itself, as the moon rose full and bright on this night after Halloween, a single moonflower bloomed quietly by the sundial, a sign that the magic they had experienced was not a dream, but a gift that would remain with the garden forever. The seasons would turn, as seasons do. Winter would come with its blanket of snow, and the garden would sleep peacefully beneath the white coverlet. But when spring returned, bringing with it new growth and renewed life, Mary, Colin, and Dickon would tend their magical plantings with hands that had been blessed by ghostly gardeners, and hearts that held the memory of a Halloween night when the world revealed its deepest secrets. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the light was just right and the wind carried the scent of roses and earth, they would catch glimpses of their spirit friends, still tending the garden with love, still sharing their wisdom with all who had eyes to see and hearts to understand. The secret garden kept its secrets, but it also shared its magic with those who approached it with love and wonder. And Mary Lennox, as she finally drifted off to sleep in her comfortable bed at Misselthwaite Manor, knew that she had been given a gift more precious than any treasure, the knowledge that magic was real, that love was eternal, and that gardens like dreams could hold miracles that would last forever. The moonlight streamed through her window, bathing everything in silver peace, and Mary smiled in her sleep, already looking forward to the spring when the moonflowers would bloom again, connecting her always to that perfect Halloween night when the garden had opened its heart and shared its deepest magic with 3 children who had learned to tend it with love. Sherlock Holmes, The Autumn Mystery of Baker Street, a Halloween sleep story. The October evening settled over London like a velvet cloak, soft and deep with the promise of autumn dreams. From his chair beside the crackling fire at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes watched the gas lamps flicker to life along the cobbled street below, each one blooming like a golden flower against the gathering dusk. The detective's long fingers were steepled before him, but tonight there was no urgent case demanding his attention, no mystery pressing at the edges of his remarkable mind. Instead, there was only the gentle whisper of wind against the windows and the comfortable weight of evening settling around him like an old, familiar coat. Mrs. Hudson had long since retired for the night, leaving behind the lingering warmth of her excellent shepherd's pie and the faint fragrance of the chrysanthemums she'd placed in a vase by the window. The flowers seemed to glow in the firelight, their bronze and amber petals catching the dancing flames like small suns captured in porcelain. Holmes found himself unusually drawn to their quiet beauty, a reminder that even in the heart of London's bustling streets, nature continued her ancient rhythm of seasons. Dr. Watson had been called away to attend to a patient in Hampstead, leaving Holmes with the rare gift of solitude on this All Hallows Eve. The detective had always found Halloween to be a curious holiday, a night when the ordinary world seemed to don a mask and reveal glimpses of something altogether more mysterious. Not the harsh mystery of crime and deduction that usually occupied his days, but something softer, more whimsical, the kind of mystery that asked for wonder rather than solutions. As the clock on the mantel chimed 9, Holmes noticed something peculiar about the street below. Where usually the evening would see only the occasional hansom cab or hurried pedestrian, tonight there seemed to be a gentle parade of figures moving through the amber circles of lamplight. Children, he realized, though they moved with an unusual grace, their costumes flowing like liquid shadows in the gaslight. A small ghost drifted past, its white sheet billowing in the autumn breeze. A tiny witch followed, her pointed hat bobbing as she walked, a paper lantern swinging gently from her small hand. Holmes found himself smiling, a rare expression that softened the sharp angles of his face. There was something deeply peaceful about watching these small spirits navigate their night of gentle haunting. He observed how they moved in clusters, like constellations of childhood wonder, their laughter floating up to his window like silver bells on the evening air. Rising from his chair with the fluid motion that characterized all his movements, Holmes approached the window for a closer look. The street lamp directly below cast its light in such a way that it created a perfect stage, and as he watched, more figures began to appear. A miniature vampire swept by, his cape trailing dramatically behind him, though the effect was rather spoiled by the way he paused to retie his shoelace. A small pumpkin-shaped child waddled past, so round in her orange costume that she bounced slightly with each step, her parents walking beside her with indulgent smiles. But it was then that Holmes noticed something that made him lean closer to the glass, his breath fogging the window slightly. Among the children and their guardians, there was a figure that seemed somehow different. Not alarming, nothing about this evening held any sense of danger or urgency. Rather, this figure moved with a deliberate grace that suggested a story worth following. She was tall and elegant, dressed in what appeared to be Victorian mourning attire, though the fabric seemed to shimmer and flow in ways that ordinary cloth did not. Her dark hair was pinned beneath a small hat adorned with black roses, and she carried herself with the bearing of someone from a different era entirely. But what struck Holmes most was not her appearance, but the way the children seemed drawn to her. As she walked, small groups would alter their paths slightly, not following her exactly, but moving in the same general direction, like iron filings responding to a gentle magnet. Holmes felt a familiar stirring, not the sharp urgency of pursuit, but the warm curiosity of a puzzle that promised to be delightful rather than dangerous. On this Halloween evening, with the fire warm at his back and the mysterious autumn night spread before him, he found himself reaching for his coat. The deerstalker hat felt comfortable on his head as he descended the 17 steps to the street. The evening air was crisp but not cold, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the last roses of the season. As he stepped onto the pavement, Holmes felt as though he were entering a different London entirely, one where the familiar streets had been touched by some gentle magic that made everything seem slightly more vivid, more alive with possibility. He began to follow the mysterious woman, though at a distance that felt more like companionship than pursuit. She seemed to glide through the streets, and Holmes found that following her required no effort at all. His usual sharp-edged alertness softened into something more like meditation, his mind clear and peaceful as he observed the small details that made this evening unique. The woman led him through streets he knew well, but tonight they seemed transformed. The familiar shops wore shadows like evening gowns, their windows glowing warmly as proprietors prepared to close for the night. A bakery displayed pumpkin-shaped pastries behind steamed glass. A florist had arranged autumn flowers in great copper urns that caught the lamplight like burnished gold. Even the sounds of the evening seemed different, softer, more musical, as though the very air had been tuned to a lower, more peaceful frequency. As they walked, Holmes began to notice that other figures had joined their curious procession. An elderly gentleman in a top hat walked parallel to their path on the opposite side of the street, his silver-headed cane tapping a gentle rhythm on the cobblestones. A young woman in a flowing green dress seemed to drift along a street that ran perpendicular to theirs. Yet somehow they all maintained the same unhurried pace, as though drawn by the same invisible current. The mysterious woman in mourning attire led them into Regent's Park, where the gas lamps created pools of warm light along the winding paths. The trees, dressed in their full autumn glory, rustled overhead like whispered conversations between old friends. Holmes found himself walking more slowly, his usual precise stride mellowing into something more contemplative. Each step seemed to release the day's tensions, replacing them with a deep sense of peaceful anticipation. In the heart of the park, near the rose garden where a few late blooms still perfumed the air, the woman finally stopped. She stood beside a stone bench that sat beneath an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like protective arms. As Holmes drew closer, he could see that she was not alone. The others who had been walking their parallel paths were converging on this same spot, each arriving with the natural timing of dancers who had rehearsed their steps for years. The elderly gentleman approached from one path, his face kind and weathered, his eyes twinkling with what might have been mischief or wisdom, or perhaps there was no difference between the two on a night like this. The young woman in green seemed to materialize from between the trees, her dress the exact color of late summer leaves. A middle-aged man in a burgundy waistcoat emerged from another direction entirely, as though he had been walking through the park all his life and only now chosen to reveal himself. But most surprising of all was the small group of children who appeared as though they had been playing hide and seek among the hedges. The same children Holmes had observed from his window, still in their Halloween costumes, but now moving with a curious solemnity that transformed their playful disguises into something approaching ceremony. Holmes found himself approaching the gathering with none of his usual analytical detachment. Instead, he felt drawn by the same gentle current that had brought all these disparate souls to this quiet spot in the park. As he drew near, the woman in mourning attire turned to face him, and Holmes saw that her eyes held no mystery after all, only a deep kindness and an invitation he found impossible to refuse. "Mr. Holmes," she said, and her voice was like autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "We've been waiting for you." There was nothing strange in this statement, though Holmes could not have said why. On this Halloween evening, with the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary grown gossamer thin, It seemed perfectly natural that a gathering of strangers should be waiting for him in Regent's Park. He found himself sitting on the stone bench without consciously deciding to do so, the woman settling beside him with the easy grace of an old friend. "What brings you all here?" Holmes asked, though his voice held none of its usual sharp curiosity. Instead, he sounded genuinely interested in whatever story might unfold, content to let the evening reveal its secrets at its own pace. The elderly gentleman with the silver-headed cane stepped forward slightly, his face creased in a smile that seemed to hold decades of Halloween nights. "Every year," he began, his voice warm and measured, "on All Hallows' Eve, we gather here to share stories of the mysteries we've encountered. Not the harsh mysteries of the everyday world, but the gentle puzzles that remind us there is still wonder to be found." The young woman in the green dress nodded, her hand resting lightly on the bark of the oak tree. "Tonight, the boundary between the seen and unseen grows thin. We come together to honor those mysteries that don't require solving, only celebrating." Holmes found this explanation both perfectly reasonable and delightfully incomprehensible. He settled back against the bench, feeling the solid warmth of the stone beneath him and the soft rustle of fallen leaves around his feet. "Then please," he said, "share your stories. I find myself entirely at leisure to listen." The middle-aged man in the burgundy waistcoat stepped forward first. His story was of a music box that had belonged to his grandmother, which played a different melody each Halloween night, always a tune she had hummed while baking his favorite autumn cookies. He spoke of waking each November 1st to find the lingering scent of cinnamon and nutmeg in his kitchen, though he lived alone and had baked nothing. As he spoke, Holmes found his analytical mind growing quiet, replaced by something warmer and more receptive. The story washed over him like gentle rain, and he found himself not questioning its impossibility but simply appreciating its beauty. The man's voice was soothing, and Holmes could almost smell the phantom spices, almost hear the mysterious melodies drifting through the autumn night. The young woman in green spoke next, telling of a garden behind her childhood home where flowers bloomed out of season every Halloween. Roses in the snow, daffodils in autumn, Christmas roses in the heat of summer. She described how she would steal out of her room as a child to sit among these impossible blooms, feeling as though she were keeping a secret with the very earth itself. Her story painted pictures in Holmes's mind: a small girl in a white nightgown, sitting among flowers that glowed with their own inner light, the night air warm and sweet around her. He found himself remembering his own childhood, moments of wonder that his adult mind had dismissed, but which now seemed precious beyond measure. The children, still in their Halloween costumes, gathered in a small cluster to share their story together. They spoke in turns, their young voices weaving together like threads in a tapestry, telling of a treehouse they had discovered that was only there on Halloween night. It stood in a grove where no treehouse had ever been built, furnished with cushions that smelled of hot chocolate and books that told new stories each year. Holmes listened to their tale with the complete attention he usually reserved for the most complex criminal puzzles, but this attention was different, soft and open, without the sharp edges of analysis. He found himself envying their ability to accept wonder without question, their natural capacity for believing in magic that required no explanation. The woman in mourning attire spoke last, her story wrapping around the others like a gentle embrace. She told of walking the streets of London every Halloween, not in sorrow but in celebration, gathering the lonely and the lost, the curious and the wondering. She spoke of how the night itself seemed to conspire in her work, bringing together souls who needed to remember that mystery was not always about solving, but sometimes about simply marveling. As she spoke, Holmes realized that this gathering was her story, that he was living inside her tale even as she told it. The thought should have been startling, but instead it felt like coming home to a place he had never known he was looking for. When all the stories had been told, a comfortable silence settled over the group. The children had arranged themselves in a circle on the fallen leaves, their costumes making them look like small mythical beings. The adults sat or stood in easy poses, united by the shared experience of wonder acknowledged and celebrated. Holmes found himself speaking without planning to, his voice joining the evening's gentle symphony. "I have spent my life unraveling mysteries," he said, pulling apart the threads of deception to reveal the truth beneath. "But tonight I find myself in the presence of mysteries that ask only to be appreciated, not solved. There is a deep peace in this, in accepting wonder without needing to diminish it with explanation." The woman beside him nodded, her dark eyes reflecting the lamplight like still water. "Some mysteries are gifts," she said softly. "They remind us that the world is larger and more beautiful than our understanding of it." As if summoned by her words, a gentle mist began to rise from the ground around them. It was not the thick yellow fog of London's ordinary evenings, but something finer and more luminous, touched with silver and carrying the scent of autumn rain. The mist swirled gently around their feet, rising slowly until it created a soft, glowing cocoon around their gathering. Within this cocoon of gentle light, Holmes felt a profound sense of contentment settling over him. The sharp edges of his usual restless energy had been worn smooth by the evening's gentle mysteries. His mind, so often racing ahead to the next problem, the next puzzle, had finally found a place of perfect stillness. The elderly gentleman began to hum a melody that seemed familiar, though Holmes was certain he had never heard it before. One by one the others joined in, their voices blending in harmony that felt both spontaneous and ancient. Holmes found his own voice adding to theirs, humming a tune that seemed to come from some deep, forgotten place within him. The children began to dance, their movements slow and dreamlike, their costumes flowing around them like liquid moonlight. The ghost child spun gently, his white sheet trailing behind him in graceful spirals. The little witch swayed back and forth, her paper lantern casting moving shadows that looked like butterflies. The pumpkin-shaped child rolled and tumbled with such joy that her laughter became part of the evening's music. Holmes watched this gentle celebration with wonder that felt both foreign and familiar. When was the last time he had witnessed such pure, uncomplicated joy? When had he last allowed himself to simply observe beauty without trying to understand its mechanisms? The questions arose and dissolved without urgency, replaced by the simple pleasure of being present in this moment of grace. The mist continued to swirl around them, and within its soft embrace, Holmes began to see shapes and figures that might have been memories or might have been dreams. He saw himself as a child, lying in a meadow and watching clouds transform themselves into dragons and castles. He saw Watson not as his practical partner in detection, but as the loyal friend whose simple faith in goodness had anchored Holmes through countless dark investigations. He saw London not as a maze of crime and corruption, but as a living tapestry of human stories, each soul carrying its own small light through the vast night of existence. The revelation came not as a sharp insight, but as a gentle unfolding, like a flower blooming in slow motion. The woman in mourning attire rose from the bench and extended her hand to Holmes. Without hesitation he took it, allowing her to draw him into the slow dance that the others had begun. Together they moved in time with the hummed melody, their feet finding the rhythm that seemed to pulse up from the earth itself. As they danced, Holmes felt the last of his usual tensions melting away. His tall frame, so often held rigid with concentration, relaxed into the natural grace that had always been there beneath the surface. His movements became fluid and easy, matching the gentle sway of the tree branches overhead and the soft drift of the luminous mist around them. The dance continued for what might have been minutes or hours. Time had become as fluid as the mist, stretching and contracting with the rhythm of their movements. Holmes found himself completely present in each moment, feeling the soft grass beneath his feet, the cool night air against his face, the warm pressure of hands that guided him through steps he seemed to know by heart. Gradually, the mist began to thin, revealing the familiar shapes of the park around them. The gas lamps still burned steadily along the paths, casting their warm circles of light. The oak tree stood as solid and ancient as ever, its branches rustling with the eternal whisper of wind through leaves. But something had changed. Some subtle transformation that made everything appear both exactly as it had been and somehow more vivid, more alive. The children were the first to fade, not disappearing but simply becoming less substantial, their forms blending with the shadows until they seemed to be part of the night itself. Their laughter remained a moment longer, floating on the air like an echo of joy, before it too dissolved into the gentle silence of the evening. The adults began to drift away as well, each departing in their own direction with the natural timing that had marked the entire evening. The elderly gentleman tipped his hat to Holmes with a smile that seemed to carry the warmth of a lifetime of kind gestures. The middle-aged man in the burgundy waistcoat placed a gentle hand on Holmes's shoulder before walking away down a path that seemed to lead deeper into the park than any path had a right to go. The young woman in the green dress paused beside the oak tree, her hand resting once more on its bark. She looked at Holmes with eyes that held depths he could not fathom, though he no longer felt the need to try. "Thank you," she said simply, "for believing in wonder." Then she too was gone, not walking away, but simply becoming one with the shadows and the rustling leaves. Finally, only Holmes and the woman in mourning attire remained. They stood together beside the stone bench, the silence between them comfortable and complete. Holmes felt no need to ask who she was or where she had come from. Some mysteries, he now understood, were more beautiful when left unsolved. "Will you walk me back to the street?" he asked, his voice soft in the gentle night. She nodded, and together they began to retrace their path through the park. As they walked, Holmes felt as though he were carrying something precious within him, not a solution to a mystery, but the mystery itself, whole and perfect, and asking nothing of him but appreciation. At the edge of the park, where the gas lamps of the city streets began, the woman paused. "Every year," she said, "on Halloween night we gather. You will always be welcome among us, Mr. Holmes, should you choose to remember." Holmes nodded, understanding that the choice would indeed be his. He could wake tomorrow and dismiss this entire evening as an unusually vivid dream brought on by solitude and the romantic atmosphere of All Hallows Eve. Or he could carry it with him, letting it change the way he saw the world and his place within it. "I will remember," he said, and knew that he spoke the truth. The woman smiled, her face radiant in the lamplight. "Then, until next year, Sherlock Holmes, may your ordinary mysteries be balanced by wonder, and your sharp mind be tempered by the gentleness of dreams." With that, she turned and walked back into the park, her dark dress flowing behind her like liquid shadow. Holmes watched until she disappeared completely, becoming one with the night and the autumn air. Then he turned toward Baker Street, his steps measured and peaceful, carrying the evening's gifts within him like candles lighting the way home. The walk back to his lodgings passed in a state of profound tranquility. The familiar streets seemed somehow friendlier, the gas lamps warmer, the very air softer and more welcoming. Holmes found himself noticing details he usually overlooked, the way lamplight caught in the windows of sleeping houses, the gentle rhythm of his own footsteps on the cobblestones, the distant sound of a church bell tolling the late hour. When he reached 221B Baker Street and climbed the 17 steps to his rooms, Holmes found the fire still burning low in the grate, casting a warm glow over his familiar surroundings. His chair waited exactly as he had left it, and Mrs. Hudson's chrysanthemums still glowed bronze and gold in their vase by the window. But something had changed. The room felt different, not in any way he could articulate, but in a manner that spoke to something deeper than observation. It felt more like home, more like a sanctuary where a man could find peace at the end of even the most mysterious of days. Holmes removed his coat and deerstalker hat, hanging them carefully on their accustomed hooks. He settled into his chair beside the fire, feeling the familiar leather embrace his tired body. The clock on the mantel showed nearly midnight. All Hallows Eve was drawing to its close, ready to transform itself into the ordinary first day of November. As he sat in the dying firelight, Holmes reflected on the evening's strange and wonderful events. His analytical mind stirred briefly, offering various explanations for what he had experienced. Perhaps he had dozed in his chair and dreamed the entire adventure. Perhaps the combination of solitude and the romantic atmosphere of Halloween had created an elaborate waking fantasy. But even as these rational explanations presented themselves, Holmes found he had no desire to embrace them. The evening had given him something he hadn't realized. He needed a reminder that wonder was not the enemy of wisdom, that mystery could be a gift rather than a challenge, that sometimes the most profound truths were found not in solving puzzles, but in allowing them to remain beautifully, perfectly unsolved. He thought of the woman in mourning attire, of her promise that he would always be welcome in their annual gathering. The thought brought a smile to his lips, the same rare, soft expression that had marked the beginning of his adventure. Next Halloween, when the veil between worlds grew thin once more, he would be ready to accept whatever gentle mysteries the night might offer. The fire settled lower in the grate, its flames dancing smaller and smaller until only glowing embers remained. Holmes felt his eyelids growing heavy, his body relaxing completely for the first time in longer than he could remember. The day's tensions, the week's accumulated stresses, all the sharp-edged urgency of his usual existence had been dissolved by the evening's gentle magic. As sleep began to claim him, Holmes became aware of a sound that seemed to come from very far away, or perhaps from very close, from within his own peaceful heart. It was the faint echo of humming, the same melody that had risen spontaneously during the gathering in the park. The tune seemed to wrap around him like a lullaby, easing him toward dreams that would be filled with autumn mist and dancing children, with gentle mysteries and the promise of wonder. His last conscious thought was of gratitude for an evening that had shown him new dimensions of his beloved London, for companions who had welcomed him without question into their circle of wonder, for the reminder that even the most rational mind could benefit from the occasional embrace of beautiful impossibility. And so Sherlock Holmes, the great detective of Baker Street, drifted into sleep with a smile on his lips and a heart full of Halloween magic. Outside his window, the gas lamps continued their faithful vigil, casting warm circles of light on streets that had witnessed the passing of ghosts and witches, of wandering souls drawn together by the ancient magic of All Hallows' Eve. The night settled into perfect peace, carrying within its gentle embrace the promise that some mysteries were meant to be cherished rather than solved, and that wonder, once discovered, would always find a way to return to those wise enough to leave the door of their hearts standing open to its gentle knock. In his dreams, Holmes danced again in the mist-wrapped park, surrounded by friends he had known for one magical evening and would remember for all his days. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when the ordinary world prepared to reassert itself, the echo of autumn laughter and the scent of impossible flowers lingered in the air around 221B Baker Street, a gentle reminder that even the most analytical minds could be enriched by a touch of Halloween magic. The story of that enchanted evening would live on in Holmes's memory, a secret treasure that would surface in quiet moments throughout the year, bringing with it the peace and wonder of that perfect All Hallows Eve, when mystery revealed itself not as a problem to be solved, but as a gift to be gratefully received. The Midnight Library of Lost Stories, a Halloween sleep story. The autumn wind carried with it the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, as Clara made her way down the cobblestone path on Halloween night. Her leather satchel, worn smooth by years of use, bounced gently against her hip with each measured step. Inside, carefully wrapped in silk cloth, lay the tools of her trade: bone folders, awls, and rolls of golden thread that caught moonlight like captured starshine. Clara was a bookbinder by profession, though she preferred to think of herself as a healer of stories. In her small workshop tucked away on a quiet street corner, she spent her days mending torn pages, replacing broken spines, and breathing new life into volumes that others might consider beyond saving. There was something sacred in the work, she had always believed, something that went far beyond mere craft. Tonight, however, she found herself drawn from her usual evening routine by a pull she couldn't quite name. The October moon hung full and luminous above the town, casting everything in silver and shadow. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned from doorsteps with flickering candle eyes, and the distant laughter of costumed children drifted on the crisp air like music from another world. But Clara was walking away from all of that, following a path she had never noticed before, despite living in this town for nearly 30 years. The cobblestones beneath her feet seemed to shimmer with an inner light, leading her deeper into a part of the old quarter that felt both familiar and utterly foreign. The houses here were older, their windows dark and their gardens overgrown with autumn brambles. Mist clung to the ground like ghostly fingers, parting gently as she passed through. The sound of her footsteps seemed muffled, as though the very air had grown thick with dreams and possibilities. And then, quite suddenly, she saw it. The library stood at the end of a small square she was certain had not existed moments before. It was a building that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, its stones the color of moonlight and moss. Gothic arches framed tall windows that glowed with warm, amber light, and ivy climbed the walls in patterns that almost resembled ancient script when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Above the heavy oak door, carved letters spelled out words in a language Clara couldn't identify, yet somehow understood perfectly. The Library of Lost Stories. Below, in smaller script, where forgotten tales find their voice again. The door opened before she could knock, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. Warm air scented with old paper and candle wax flowed out to greet her, carrying with it the whispered promise of stories yet to be told. Clara stepped inside. The interior was far larger than the building's modest exterior had suggested. Shelves stretched upward into shadows, their heights lost in a gentle darkness that seemed alive with possibility. Books of every size and description lined the walls, some bound in leather so old it had taken on the texture of velvet, others held together with ribbons or wrapped in cloth like sleeping children. Candles flickered everywhere, their flames dancing without any breeze to stir them. Some sat in brass holders on reading tables, others were set into wall sconces, carved with faces that seemed almost familiar. The light they cast was soft and golden, creating pools of warmth throughout the vast space while leaving the upper reaches mysteriously dim. But it was not the grandeur of the library that took Clara's breath away. It was the sense of presence that filled it. Though she could see no other person in the immediate space, she felt surrounded by attention, as though countless eyes watched her with gentle curiosity rather than suspicion. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation, like an audience waiting for a performance to begin. "Welcome, dear bookbinder," came a voice, soft as turning pages. "We have been waiting for you." Clara turned to see a woman emerging from between the stacks. She was elderly, with silver hair braided with threads of moonlight and eyes the color of autumn twilight. Her dress seemed to be cut from the very fabric of night, dark blue and scattered with what might have been stars or merely sequins that caught the candlelight. "Waiting for me?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Something about this place demanded quiet, the way churches and gardens did at certain hours. "Oh yes," the woman said, extending a graceful hand. "I am Evangeline, the keeper of this place. And you are Clara, who mends broken stories and gives new life to forgotten words. We have great need of your particular gifts tonight." Clara felt no surprise at being known by name. In a place like this, it seemed only natural that such things would be understood without explanation. She took Evangeline's offered hand and found it warm and solid, reassuring in its reality. "What kind of help do you need?" Clara asked. Evangeline gestured toward the deeper reaches of the library, where the shadows seemed to move with their own slow rhythm. "There are stories here that have been wounded, dear one, tales that carry such sorrow within them that they cannot find peace. They whisper in the darkness, reliving their pain over and over, unable to heal or transform." As if summoned by her words, Clara became aware of a soft murmuring that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It was not quite speech and not quite song, but something in between, a sound like wind through broken windows or waves against a lonely shore. "Among them," Evangeline continued, her voice growing more gentle still, "is a story that has haunted these halls for many years. It speaks of a house, grand but cursed, and of a brother and sister whose love for each other could not overcome the darkness that consumed their family line. They call to us still, these poor souls, asking for their tale to be told differently, asking for peace they never found in life." Clara felt her heart stir with the familiar mixture of sadness and determination that came whenever she encountered a story in need of healing. "The House of Usher," she said softly. "You know it?" "I know the sorrow in it," Clara replied. "I've read Poe's telling of it many times. Such beautiful words, but such terrible pain." Evangeline nodded. Beautiful words indeed, but words that locked Roderick and Madeline Usher into an eternal cycle of their final, tragic hours. What if their story could be told another way? What if there was room in their tale for healing, for love that transforms rather than destroys? Clara felt the rightness of it settle into her bones like recognition. This was why she had been drawn here tonight, why her feet had found this impossible path. She was meant to be here, meant to offer her gifts to these wounded spirits and their endless sorrow. "Show me," she said simply. Evangeline led her deeper into the library, past shelves that seemed to rearrange themselves as they passed. The books here were different from those near the entrance, older, more fragile, their leather bindings cracked and their pages yellow with age. Some were tied shut with ribbons that looked as though they hadn't been disturbed in decades. Others lay open, their words shifting and changing like living things as Clara watched. They came at last to a circular chamber at the library's heart. Here, the ceiling soared upward into true darkness, and the walls were lined with books that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In the center of the room stood a single reading desk of dark, polished wood, its surface worn smooth by countless hands. A high-backed chair waited beside it, and scattered across the desk's surface were sheets of parchment covered in elegant handwriting. But it was not the furniture that drew Clara's attention, it was the presence that filled the space around it. The air here shimmered like heat waves rising from summer pavement, and in that shimmer, Clara could almost see shapes moving. A tall, thin man with dark hair and eyes like deep water. A woman of ethereal beauty, her face pale as moonlight, her movements graceful as wind through grass. "Roderick," Clara whispered, and felt the shimmer pause at the sound of his name. "Madeline." The shapes in the air grew more distinct, though they never quite solidified into true visibility. Clara could see them clearly now, the brother and sister who had been trapped in their story of decline and doom for more than a century. They moved in their eternal dance of love and loss, reaching for each other across an abyss of despair that never lessened, never healed. They have been here since their story was first set down in words, Evangeline explained softly, bound to repeat their tragedy, unable to find peace or transformation. The telling has become their prison. Clara approached the reading desk slowly, feeling the weight of sorrow that hung in the air like fog. The papers scattered across its surface were covered in different hands, some of them attempts by other visitors to retell the story, she realized, efforts to find a different ending for the doomed siblings. But all had been abandoned, leaving only partial sentences and crossed-out paragraphs. "Others have tried?" Clara asked. "Many times," Evangeline confirmed. But healing a story requires more than simply changing the words. It requires understanding the heart of the tale, finding the love that exists even within the darkness. It requires a storyteller who can see past the surface tragedy to the deeper truth beneath. Clara set down her satchel and drew out one of her finest pieces of parchment, along with a quill that had been crafted from the feather of a swan. The ink she chose was not black but deep blue, the color of midnight skies and peaceful dreams. "Will you help me?" she asked the shimmering presences. "Will you trust me to tell your story differently?" The air around her grew warmer, and she felt something like a gentle hand brush across her shoulder. When she looked up, the shapes of Roderick and Madeline were clearer than before. their eyes fixed on her with an expression of desperate hope. Clara dipped her quill in the midnight ink and began to write. On a night when autumn kissed the world with gentle fingers, she began, there stood a house that had known both great joy and deep sorrow. The house of Usher rose from its ancient foundations like a prayer made manifest, its stones holding within them the memories of generations who had loved and lost, dreamed and mourned within its walls. As she wrote, Clara felt the atmosphere in the chamber begin to shift. The weight of despair that had pressed down upon the space like a heavy blanket began to lift, replaced by something lighter, not happiness perhaps, not yet, but the possibility of it. In this house lived two souls who loved each other with the fierce devotion that only twins can know. Roderick and Madeline Usher had been born beneath the same autumn moon, their hearts beating in perfect synchronization from their very first breath. Where one went, the other followed. Where one suffered, the other ached in sympathy. The shimmering figures drew closer to the desk, their forms becoming more distinct as Clara continued her gentle retelling. She could see Roderick's sensitive features, the artist's soul that lived behind his dark eyes. She could see Madeline's ethereal beauty, the strength that lay hidden beneath her apparent fragility. But the house they loved so dearly had grown sick with accumulated sorrow. Generation after generation of Ushers had poured their pain into its very foundations, until the walls themselves wept with unuttered grief. The family line had dwindled, the bloodline had grown thin, and Roderick and Madeline found themselves the last inheritors of a legacy that felt more like a curse than a blessing. Clara paused in her writing, looking up at the two spirits who watched her with growing wonder. But this is where your story can change, she said softly. This is where love can transform what seemed impossible to heal. She continued writing, her quill moving steadily across the parchment as the words flowed through her like a river finding its course. For all their lives, Roderick and Madeline had believed themselves prisoners of their family's dark inheritance. They had accepted that their love was tainted, their bond destructive. But on this night, as autumn winds carried the scent of transformation through the world, something shifted in their understanding. "Sister," Roderick said, setting down his brush after completing a painting that seemed to glow within a light. "What if we have been looking at this all wrong? What if our love is not the problem, but the solution?" Madeline, who had been reading beside the window, looked up with eyes bright as stars. For months she had felt the weight of some unnamed illness pressing down upon her, making her feel as though she were fading from the world like mist before the morning Sunday. But now, hearing her brother's words, she felt a spark of something new. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean," Roderick said, rising and going to kneel beside her chair, "that perhaps all this accumulated sorrow, all the pain our family has carried, perhaps it doesn't have to be carried anymore. Perhaps it can be transformed." Clara felt tears prick at her eyes as she wrote, for she could see the hope beginning to bloom in the spirits' faces like flowers after a long winter. And so, on that night of transformation, Roderick and Madeline Usher began their greatest work together. not a painting or a poem, but something far more precious, the healing of their ancestral home and their own wounded hearts. They began by walking through every room in the house, speaking words of gratitude to the walls that had sheltered them, acknowledgement to the pain that had been harbored there. They did not try to banish the sorrow, for sorrow, they had learned, was part of love, but instead they offered it understanding, compassion, and the possibility of peace. In the library they gathered all the family records, all the documents that chronicled generations of loss and grief. But instead of burning them, as they might once have done in despair, they read them aloud to each other by candlelight, finding in each story not just tragedy, but also the love that had motivated it, the hope that had preceded it. Great-grandmother Eliza, Madeline read from a faded diary, who planted the rose garden because she believed beautiful things could grow even in cursed ground. Uncle Marcus, Roderick added from another volume, who spent his fortune building schools because he wanted to give children the education that might free them from our family's despair. Story by story, name by name, they began to see their inheritance differently. Yes, there had been pain, but there had also been love. Yes, there had been loss, but there had also been attempts at redemption, at breaking free from the patterns that bound them. As Clara wrote, she became aware that the library around her was changing. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the chamber when she arrived was lifting like morning mist. The candles burned brighter, their flames steady and warm. Even the books on the surrounding shelves seemed to glow with renewed life, their pages rustling softly as though sighing with relief. Days passed in this work of reclamation. Roderick painted portraits of their ancestors, not as the tragic figures he had always seen them to be, but as complex people who had struggled with darkness and sometimes found light. Madeline wrote poetry that honored their family's pain while also celebrating their endurance, their refusal to surrender completely to despair. And slowly, miraculous changes began to manifest in the house itself. Cracks in the walls that had widened for decades began to seal themselves. Windows that had been boarded shut for generations opened to let in autumn sunlight. The tarn that surrounded the house, long, stagnant and black, began to clear until it reflected the sky like a mirror made of hope. "Do you feel it?" Madeline asked one evening as they sat together in the music room, she with a book of poetry and he with his sketch pad. "I do," Roderick replied, and his voice was stronger than it had been in years. "It's as though the house is breathing again, as though we're all breathing again." It was then that Madeline understood the nature of her mysterious illness, the sense of fading she had experienced for so long. She had not been dying of some physical ailment, but of spiritual exhaustion, the weight of carrying her family's accumulated sorrow without understanding that she could set it down. "We're free," she said wonderingly. "We're healing," Roderick corrected gently, "and we can help others heal too." Clara's hand moved faster now across the parchment, the words flowing like music as the story found its new shape. And so the House of Usher became something it had never been before, not a repository of sorrow, but a sanctuary for healing. Roderick and Madeline opened their doors to others who carried their own family wounds, their own inherited pain. They created a place where stories could be retold, where curses could be transformed into blessings through understanding and love. Visitors came from far and wide, drawn by rumors of the house where broken things were made whole. They came carrying their own griefs, their own seemingly insurmountable problems, and found in the usher siblings not fellow victims of fate, but guides who had learned to transform suffering into wisdom. Roderick's paintings began to depict scenes of redemption and transformation. His portraits revealed not just the surface appearance of their subjects, but the light that lived within them, the possibility for growth and change that existed in every human heart. Madeline's poetry spoke to the resilience of the human spirit, the way love could persist even through the darkest times and eventually emerge transformed but unbroken. Her words carried a power that healed hearts and opened minds to new possibilities. Together, they discovered that their deep twin connection, which they had always feared as somehow unwholesome or dangerous, was actually their greatest gift. Their ability to sense each other's thoughts and feelings allowed them to work as one being with two perspectives, creating art and offering healing that neither could have achieved alone. The house itself became their collaborator in this work. Rooms rearranged themselves to better serve those who came seeking help. Gardens bloomed with flowers that had never grown there before. Even the family portraits that had once seemed to watch with accusing eyes now gazed down with expressions of approval and blessing. Years passed in this fashion, each season bringing new visitors and new opportunities for healing. The Usher family line, rather than ending with Roderick and Madeline as all had predicted, was renewed in a different way through all the lives they touched, all the stories they helped to transform, all the hope they spread like seeds on fertile ground. Clara paused in her writing and looked up to find that the shimmer in the air had resolved into clear, solid forms. Roderick and Madeline Usher stood before her, no longer trapped in their endless dance of despair, but free to move and speak and be. Roderick's face, which had been gaunt with suffering in every previous telling of their tale, now bore an expression of serene contentment. His dark eyes were clear and warm, no longer haunted by fear and madness. Madeline stood beside him, her ethereal beauty no longer fragile and fading, but radiant with inner strength. The mysterious illness that had threatened to claim her life had transformed into a kind of luminous vitality that seemed to light her from within. "Thank you," Madeline said, her voice like silver bells in a gentle breeze. "Thank you for seeing who we could become, rather than only who we were. Thank you for showing us that love doesn't have to be a curse," Roderick added, "that it can be the very thing that sets us free." Clara felt her heart swell with joy as she looked at them. "Your story isn't ending," she said. "It's just beginning differently. You have eternity now to explore what love can build instead of what it can destroy." And so, Clara wrote, adding the final words to her retelling, "The House of Usher stands to this day not as a monument to tragedy, but as a beacon of hope. Roderick and Madeline Usher live on, not as cautionary figures trapped in an endless repetition of sorrow, but as guides and healers whose love has been purified by understanding and strengthened by service to others. They have learned the secret that eluded so many of their ancestors, that suffering becomes meaningful when it teaches compassion, that pain becomes bearable when it connects us to others who hurt, and that love becomes redemptive when it seeks not to possess but to heal. In the house that was once cursed, laughter now rings out alongside tears. In the rooms that once echoed only with despair, hope has taken root and grown strong. And in the hearts of two people who once believed themselves damned, peace has finally found a home. As Clara set down her quill, the transformation in the library chamber became complete. The oppressive shadows had lifted entirely, replaced by a warm golden radiance that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The books on the surrounding shelves glowed with renewed vitality, their stories no longer trapped in cycles of pain but free to unfold in new and healing ways. Roderick and Madeline approached the desk where Clara sat, their faces radiant with gratitude. "You have given us the greatest gift imaginable," Roderick said, "the chance to love without destruction, to be together without bringing harm. You have shown us that no story is ever truly finished," Madeline added, "that there is always room for healing, always possibility for transformation." Clara smiled, feeling a deep satisfaction that went far beyond professional pride. This was why she had become a bookbinder, though she had never understood it so clearly before. Not just to repair torn pages or broken spines, but to heal the very heart of stories themselves. "What will you do now?" she asked. The siblings exchanged a look of perfect understanding. The wordless communication that had always existed between them now transformed from a source of fear into an expression of joy. "We will continue the work," Madeline said, "here in this library, in our house, wherever stories need healing and love needs to triumph over despair. We will help other tales find their way to redemption," Roderick added. "Other characters trapped in cycles of pain learn that transformation is possible." As if summoned by their words, Clara became aware of other presences stirring in the library around them, other stories that had been wounded, other characters seeking peace. She could sense them moving through the stacks, drawn by the hope that now filled the air like incense. "There will be much work to do," she observed. "The most joyful work imaginable," Madeline replied, "for every story that heals makes the world a little brighter, a little more hopeful." Evangeline appeared beside them as if she had been there all along, her face glowing with approval and delight. "Beautiful work, dear Clara," she said. "You have indeed proven yourself to be a true healer of stories." "Will I be able to come back?" Clara asked, suddenly aware that the night was growing late and that somewhere beyond this magical place, her own world waited for her return. "The library exists whenever it is needed," Evangeline replied mysteriously, "and stories in need of healing have a way of finding their way to those capable of providing it." Clara gathered her writing materials and placed them carefully in her satchel. The parchment on which she had written the new story of the House of Usher seemed to glow with its own inner light, as though the words themselves had been blessed. Roderick and Madeline walked with her as she made her way back through the library toward the entrance. Other spirits moved in the shadows now, characters from countless stories who were beginning to sense that change was possible, that their tales could be retold with love instead of locked forever in patterns of pain. "Thank you," Clara said as they reached the heavy oak door, "for trusting me with your story, for letting me help you find your way to peace." "Thank you," they replied in unison, "for seeing our love as something that could heal instead of harm." The door opened before them, and Clara stepped out into the Halloween night. The mist had cleared while she had been inside, and the full moon shone down with silver radiance that made every surface gleam like treasure. The path of shimmering cobblestones stretched before her, leading back toward the familiar streets of her own neighborhood. She turned for one last look at the library of lost stories, but found that it was already fading, becoming translucent in the moonlight, like a memory of a dream. Through its walls, she could see warm golden light and moving figures, the eternal work of healing continuing even as she watched. Clara walked home through the sleeping town, her heart full of peace and wonder. In her satchel, the retold story of Roderick and Madeline Usher seemed to pulse gently, as though it contained a living heart. She knew that when she reached her workshop, she would bind it carefully in the finest leather she possessed, with gold thread and silver clasps, creating a volume worthy of the transformation it contained. But more than that, she knew that she would carry the memory of this night with her, always the knowledge that no story was ever truly finished, that love could indeed triumph over despair, and that sometimes, on the most magical of nights, those who heal broken things might find themselves called to heal the very stories that shape our world. As she reached her own front door, Clara paused to look back down the street she had traveled. There was no sign now of the shimmering path or the mysterious library, nothing to suggest that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. But in the distance, she could hear something that made her smile, the faint sound of laughter, warm and joyful, drifting on the autumn breeze, like a promise that somewhere, in a place between dream and waking, two souls who had once known only sorrow were learning what it meant to love without fear, to be together without bringing harm, to find healing in the very bond that had once seemed cursed. Clara unlocked her door and stepped inside, carrying with her the greatest treasure any storyteller could possess, the knowledge that words have power not just to wound, but to heal, not just to bind, but to set free, not just to end, but to transform endings into new beginnings, filled with infinite possibility and hope. Outside, the Halloween moon continued its ancient journey across the star-scattered sky, blessing all the stories yet to be told, all the love yet to be transformed, all the healing yet to come. And in a library that existed whenever it was needed, the work of redemption continued, one story at a time, one heart at a time, one act of love at a time, until all the wounded tales of the world could find their way home to peace.